Let's go.
Alert from calendar. Road.
Barry is coming, correct?
He should be. I just talked to him a few minutes ago.
Okay, we'll give him a couple more minutes.
Trying to figure out what kind of car that is behind Joe. Is that a Fairlane, Joe, or is that a Chevy? Because there wasn't as many Chevys on Nantucket back then.
Joe remembers it well, I'm sure.
Yeah, I do. Yes.
A hubcap. I just
And
can't.
how the hell do you remember that there was that many Chevys back then?
It's
We're like 8 years old, if that.
Ford. Ford was still big, even though he had Slippery Al. You have to remember, Slippery Al saw Volkswagens too. You know, that's what the Connemara was, a Volkswagen.
Al. What a kind way to put that.
I saw a picture of him on Facebook the other day, like in a suit and a bow tie, and I was just like, holy cow.
Here's one for you. Where were American Motors sold?
Slippery Al, wasn't it?
No,
Rainbow?
no.
Where?
Island Motors,
Who was that?
the liquor store that turned into Greenhouse. That was a gas. That was a garage and a gas
That was
station.
McGrath, wasn't it?
McGrath. Yep.
Yeah.
Same McGrath that owned the one out.
His dad.
His dad.
Yep.
I guess they didn't ask how Slippery Al got that kind of handle, Matt, but
You have to know.
Everybody had a lot of land and a lot of stuff back then. It's just the way it was. It was not any big deal to own a lot of property.
And he owned a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His little duck house place was great.
Yeah. All right. Should we get going, or should we give him a couple more minutes?
We can begin to move forward, at least get some of these
We'll do the reading on stuff.
I'll do the script and stuff. All righty. Someone say something? All right. Welcome to Nantucket Planning Board meeting for Monday, November 13th, 2023. All right. I just got a text. He should be on his way. We are using Zoom for this meeting, which allows for the public to participate in the meeting. As an attendee, the chair can request members of the public to provide their names for the purpose of keeping accurate minutes of the meeting. Attendees must register to participate. The registration link is unique to the meeting. Registration link can be found in the description of the Nantucket Government TV YouTube feed for the meeting. Attendees will join in listening mode and can raise their hand if they wish to speak. The chair will call on those that have raised their hand in the order they were raised. All questions must be directed to the chair. As a preliminary matter, I am David Iverson, the chair of the planning board. Permit me to confirm all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present. Members, please state. I'll call your name and please respond in the affirmative. John Trudell.
Aye.
Nat Lowell.
Aye.
Joe Topham.
Aye.
Abby DiMolina.
Aye.
John Kitchener.
aye.
Great. And staff, will you please respond in the affirmative when I call your name? Billy Sod. You're muted, Billy.
Here.
Okay. Megan. Trudell.
Here.
Catherine and Sarah.
Here.
Great. This is open meeting. This is an open meeting of the Nantucket Planning Board, is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. For this meeting, to convene video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that the meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you, and take care not to share your screen. Anything you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials have been provided. Members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. We are now turning to the first item on the agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. The chair will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each to provide any comments, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. Please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking. Please remember to speak clearly in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in conversation, oh, sorry about that. After members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment for those members of the public who have joined the meeting via Zoom. Members of the public who wish to speak must state their name and be acknowledged by and speak through the chair. Finally, each vote will be taken in this meeting will be conducted by a roll call vote. Made it through that. Sorry for that interruption. Great. Entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by John. Joe.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. On to the minutes. Any questions? Any pullouts or changes?
No.
Oh, okay, I'd entertain a motion on those.
A motion to approve September 26, 2023 special meeting and October 16, 2023 meeting. Minutes.
I'll second.
Motion made by John, seconded by Joe. John.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. On to secondary and tertiary dwellings. I guess he's going to be a little slow. Should we dispense with Mayflower Circle now, Meg?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can with the non-public hearing stuff or the public hearing too. It's up to you. But we got 3 applications for them that they are requesting to withdraw without prejudice. One is a special permit application for a request to increase the allowable bedrooms on the site. The 2 non-public hearing applications for 2 Mayflower include a second dwelling application and a tertiary dwelling application. So all 3 are being requested to be withdrawn without prejudice at this time.
They all need to be voted separately.
I think you can do it all together.
So, Meg, just for a point of order, being that we're trying to request for withdrawal without prejudice for all of them, inclusive into the public hearing, do we have to remove the public hearing one to make a separate motion on that, or could we group those all together before we get to public hearing?
I mean, you can put them all together. I would suggest just withdrawing or approving the withdrawal without prejudice for the 2 non-public hearings items, and then when you get to public hearings, because there's
Right.
some other requests for continuances and withdrawals to deal with that matter at that time.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, if I may, I'll make a motion to request to withdraw without prejudice for the secondary dwelling at 2 Mayflower Circle, also the tertiary dwelling at 2 Mayflower Circle.
Second.
All right, motion made by John, seconded by Nat. John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. All righty. Been trying to stall for the guy, but I think I think we're just gonna move on. Does anyone need to pull out anything from either the secondary or tertiary dwellings? Okay, I would entertain a motion on those.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Oh, that was you, right, Joe?
Yes.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. On to A&Rs. So we're gonna pull Trip Drive out, correct? And wait for the public hearing. So, on the
Trip
rest,
Also for Cathcart, I would suggest just not because there's anything wrong with what's being requested, just because there needs to be some clarification and specificity for the motion as it pertains to just for Cathcart.
okay. So we're talking Town of Nantucket, Sandwich Road, Joan Bunting, 14. The Charnes at 10 Evergreen Way. Litis Corp Cooperative, 7 Crooked Lane. Stephen L. Cohen at 8 Wallbang, trustee. Benjamin Rubenstein, and Ariana Marie Bistany at 51 Tennessee Avenue, and Jeffrey Bennett, trustee at 53 Tennessee Avenue. I'd entertain a motion on those.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. So are we gonna deal with Cathcart now?
Yeah, so Cathcart is a conveyance of a portion of for Cathcart to an abutting property. It doesn't affect or make non-compliant for Cathcart as it pertains to the underlying zoning district. The reason I suggested you pull it out is because it is tied to a rear lot special permit. So you'll need to make the finding that this is minor in nature and not material to the rear lot subdivision special permit, which is what I recommend you do, but that is for you all to decide.
Okay. So this is just a conveyance. The conveyance is later on, and that's to give them enough ground cover to. I'm confused why it's so confusing. Up, do we lose you, Meg?
Sorry, my dog's barking in the background. Let me bring over, actually, I don't have authority to do that. Billy, can you bring over Sarah and Stephen Cohen? It's just a conveyance to, I believe it's 94 Mayacomet Ave. And Billy, if you could screen share that plan, that would be helpful too.
Hi,
Hi, Sarah, welcome.
thank you for bringing me over. I
the
represent
background?
the property owner. This is a strip of land that is kind of unusable for my client. His lot is like 7 acres. It doesn't affect him at all, and I think would provide some more room for the abutter to build, probably add a little ground cover. I haven't done that calculation. But makes his lot a lot more, gives it a little bit more appeal.
Okay.
And that's the reason that we're doing this. And the rear lot special permit said that there shouldn't be any further subdivision that created additional building lots but that didn't apply to minor lot line adjustments. And I'm hoping that you'll find that this is a minor lot line adjustment. We're not creating any new buildable. We're not creating a buildable lot or any additional buildable lot. We're just providing additional land area for this abutter at 39 Monomoy Road. And he is represented by Mr. Cohen, who I think is also here.
Yeah, I would agree with what Sarah said, and just say that in addition to creating a small amount of ground cover, it also makes 39 Monomoy a conforming lot instead of an undersized lot, which is another benefit.
Great. Thank you. The board?
Mr. Chair, I'm familiar with the lot. I was familiar looking at this in the past of what I had hoped would be a solution. This is a solution, so I have no problem whatsoever with this.
Great. Anybody else? So we need to hold this and go to the public hearing before we approve this, correct?
No, there's no public hearing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All
so
right,
you just
perfect.
need to find that this is actually a minor lot line adjustment. You'll have to make that finding with your approval to endorse that it's a minor lot line and is immaterial to the decision.
Okay.
If I can make that motion as described by Meg, I will.
I'll second it.
Great. Made by John, seconded by Joe. John,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. All right. Okay, on to preliminary plans. Susan R. Shapiro, Rachel T. Shapiro, trustees, Ionis Realty Trust, 76 Eel Point Road. We have someone representing this, Meg?
I believe Arthur Reed was representing this, and he is with us.
Hi, Arthur, welcome. Hi, Arthur. Oh, I think you're muted, Arthur.
I was having trouble unmuting. There was something on my screen that was blocking the button to unmute. Modern technology is not my forte. In any event, I represent Susan and Rachel Shapiro, owners of the subject property, which has been in their family for a long time. This is a lot of land off Eel Point Road, as you will know. And we're proposing a 4-lot approval required subdivision. All of the lots would be conforming with zoning, obviously. Access would be obtained to all 4 lots by the interior roadway running in from Eel Point Road. We've had the wetlands on the site flagged by David Haynes and determined that the lot area of each lot will be adequate to meet the requirement that 90% of the minimum lot area, which is 120,000 square feet in the Slug 3 district, is free of wetlands. And obviously we would propose to proceed later with a definitive plan showing the layout as proposed here. The roadway improvements obviously would be something that would be discussed at the time of the public hearing. In any event, we want to get this plan taken care of as a preliminary plan so that we can know where we stand in order to proceed accordingly with the development of the property. We are within mapped habitat as far as natural heritage is concerned, so we will be proceeding under MISA to get a determination from them as to anything that we have to do with regard to any species protection.
Great.
I think that's about it, subject to all your questions.
Thank you, Arthur. Board, questions, comments? And please let the record show that Barry's joined us.
Yeah, I'm sorry about being late. A few technical glitches, so thank you.
We're happy you're here.
Log 3, all 120,000 square feet or more. The fifth lot being the road, that's non-buildable.
Right.
I don't see too many questions if they meet all the criteria. And obviously the national heritage, et cetera. So I don't have any further questions or comments at this time.
Thanks, John. Anybody else? Seems straightforward. I'm sure that there'll be more questions next go around.
Sure.
Anyone like to make a motion on this?
I'll make a motion to approve the preliminary plan as proposed.
Second that.
Motion made by John, seconded by Joe. John,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. It's unanimous. Thank you, Arthur.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, on to previous plans. 6 Tacoma Way, I'm sorry, Tacoma Green, 6 Fairgrounds Road. I believe this is Sarah, right?
Yep. If you want to bring Sarah over, if the board has any questions, but they are just requesting a 3-year extension for the special permit. And planning staff recommends endorsement or approval of that request.
Mr. Chair, I will just comment by saying there's been a lot of delays and things in litigation, not as a result of poor planning or permitting by the applicant. So I'm in favor of the 3-year extension.
Great, thank you. Barry, did you have a question or comment?
John, was that a motion to do that then?
That was a comment, but I will absolutely make the motion if there aren't any other board members that want to comment. I didn't want to slam it down.
Sarah,
Yeah.
do you have anything to add before we
Oh,
move ahead with the motion?
I really don't. I'm mostly here in case you had questions.
Okay,
okay.
all right. Go ahead, John. Was that a
So
motion?
yes, with that, I will recommend a 3-year extension to be granted.
And I'll second that.
Great. Motion made by John, seconded by Barry. John,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, on to Sophie's Way.
Sophie's Way is just a request for plan endorsement. The board recently approved a modification to this AR definitive subdivision that included some adjustments of lot lines, and the plans are being presented for you to endorse. Planning staff recommends that you accept the plans as presented and endorse.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
that'll be my motion
Great.
at this point.
Second.
All right. Motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. On to Nantucket Electric, 32 Bunker Road.
So this is a request for a minor modification of the National Grid special permit to construct a storage garage with a emergency bunk facility. Billy has included a suggested finding and recommended conditions, and we're supportive of this request as a minor modification as proposed.
Mhm.
Thank you, Meg. Barry,
Yeah, I don't see any of the board members jumping at this point. I'll make a motion at this point that we find it's a minor modification. that and include the findings and conditions that's set forward by staff.
I'll second that.
All right, motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. All righty. On to Mariners Way Form J release.
So Mariners Way has 3 lots that are yet to be released from the covenant. Planning staff suggestion has somewhat changed since the staff report was released. I'm actually gonna recommend that these lots are separated and taken individually, that you can release lot 4 somewhat immediately, and staff will hold the Form Js for lot 1 and 2 in the office until we can really fine tune a punch list and establish a dollar value to the items that are yet to be completed. The town's consulting engineer has been away on vacation, so hasn't been able to confirm the list of infrastructure items if there is any to be completed. I know there's some sidewalk installation, final paving top coat, finished landscaping, things of that nature that'll need to be assigned a dollar value, as well as some title issues, transferring the roadway lot to the homeowners association. So we do have a punch list going, but we really need Ed's input to nail down an amount for the performance bond. So I would recommend that you allow them to move forward with the release of that 1 lot. I'll hold the other 2 in the office until we've fine-tuned that list and they've submitted a check in the adequate amount.
Is the clock ticking on this, Meg?
Yeah, so this is a property in the ROH. There have been some use change allowances since this initial subdivision was approved, so the zoning freeze is expiring next month. So it is somewhat time sensitive to get, a performance bond submitted so that building permits can be issued.
Will the time run out before we can release?
So I guess my
my
suggestion is that you approve the release and allow staff to continue to work with the consulting engineer and the applicant to establish a more detailed punch list and assign a dollar value to the performance bond. They will need to submit a performance bond, but because Ed's been away, I haven't been able to generate a dollar amount to be assigned to that.
Great, thank you.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to Meg. So we're looking at it says for a release of 1, 2, and 4, but really what you're looking for is right now a true release of 4, with you holding 1 and 2 in the office until you meet the other criteria. Is that correct?
Right. And for you to approve it in concept and sign the paperwork for me to hold on to that for now.
Okay.
Barry.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make a motion at this point that we endorse the Form J for all 3 lots in concert with how staff determines best for the lot releases in their timely fashion.
I'll second.
Great. Motion made by Barry, seconded by John. Barry.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
And Nat.
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Moving right along. Public hearings. Let's dispense with 2 Mayflower Circle. Right? This is the last one we didn't dispense of, right, Meg?
Yeah, so I believe we have 2 Mayflower Circle, as well as the Conti group for 3, 5, and 7 C Street. Both applications are requesting to withdraw without prejudice. And then we have 2 continuances, 12 Essex Road and 21 Brewster, which is just waiting for my decision on the other one to get filed before that's withdrawn.
Is the Conti group a new request?
Yeah, so that came late last week. I think an updated meeting posting was sent in this morning. It came in just before the staff report was circulated.
Okay.
Or the second version of the staff report, rather, I believe. So
All right.
just
perfect. All righty. I would entertain a motion, Barry.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, these have two slightly different functions. So I'm going to make a motion that we allow the withdrawal without prejudice for 2 Mayflower Circle and for Pro Contianti Group LLC. So that's
Second.
Second.
All right, great. Motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat, I believe.
Yeah, give it to Nat.
Barry,
aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. A motion on the continuances, please, sir. Barry.
Yeah, so that's my next motion at this point is to continue Daniel Galt and John J. Calman, trustee. Those 2 applications.
Great.
Second.
I'm gonna give that one to you, John.
Sorry, John.
It's balanced now.
Barry,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
That was an aye, right, Nat?
Aye.
Joe, aye, and I'm an aye as well. Unanimous. Okay, so that leaves us to Mid Island LLC, AC Offices LLC, 1818 20 22 24 26 Parks Avenue.
Really, we have Dan Malloy and Chris Fumara and I believe Stephen Cohen for this one. Unless there's anyone else we need to bring over.
I think that's it.
Welcome, Dan.
Good afternoon and good evening now. I'll make this quick. So we sent in a letter kind of summarizing where everything stands, just because there's been so many changes, make sure everybody understands where this project is as of now. The last meeting we continued, the biggest reason at the time was to take one more look at some of the stormwater questions that were raised, which we did do. So there is an updated plan in your packet. It's generally identical to what you've seen to date with some revisions. We added some of the stormwater components. So we did add a component to deal with nitrogen removal. I know that was requested, so we did incorporate that into the system. I mean, I can go through the summary letter if anybody really wants that level of detail. It touches on everything we've already talked about. The bulk of the stuff in there, in terms of probably likely what's the most important, is the apartments. So we are committed, and there are staff recommendations for conditions to have us continue working with the town on the affordability of the apartments, as well as restrict them to year-round use. So no short-term rentals. So we are committed to that. We do agree with the staff report and their conditions on pretty much all the conditions they recommended. So I just want to make sure that's clear to everybody. We summarized the parking again to tell everybody, how many spaces we have. We actually have a surplus of spaces based on what we're doing for uses and what's required by zoning. And I know one of the other questions, although somewhat minor in the big picture here, we did add more bike racks. So we actually have bike racks now on all 4 sides of the building, which at this point I would anticipate would be more than adequate for anybody both visiting and living in the building. So, I mean, I can go through more detail if you want. I think we've gone through this thing quite a bit already, but I'm here to answer more questions.
I think the letter was great. Thank you. And I think hopefully all of us have read it. So I don't think we need to go over it. Questions, board? Public is still open, right, Meg?
Yep.
Any
Yeah.
hands?
So I see a couple. Billy's managing, bringing over public comments for to panelists. So we have Val Oliver and David Gray.
Great. Val, I think you came up on my screen first. Welcome. You're muted, Val.
Hi.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for hearing my concerns, planning board and the Nantucket public. once again on this mixed-use commercial project. I know I sound like a broken record, repeating the same things over and over because, in my opinion, it hasn't significantly changed since it first started. I reviewed the materials and I see that all the obligatory boxes have been checked now, so the project can be approved. It meets the basic criteria and the metrics required by our existing zoning bylaws. But I firmly believe those need to be updated. It does not satisfy, for me, logic or common sense for any of the Mid-Island residents who live and deal with the reality of the existing infrastructure on a daily basis. The paid traffic study was a whole lot of pages of, I don't even really know what, trivial data that is certifying it's not going to impact traffic, which makes no sense to me. How can this possibly be? It's clearly just hypothetical. Roundabouts spilling into rotaries create gridlock, and because of that, drivers from off island don't know what to do when they're in a rotary situation. I sense that these traffic mechanisms are considered successful by planners because it keeps the traffic crawling along. However, those of us who negotiate this on a daily basis would conclude otherwise. If this area is going to be subjected to more infill, which per the master plan, I guess everything that needs to go anywhere is going to go here. I really firmly believe that we will need electronic traffic controls and that will be necessary, which is too bad because we've been fighting that for a long time. Housing is being dangled as a hook for all the apartments provided, but only 8 are affordable. The rest are slated for year-round housing, which is very much appreciated. Thank you. But those units will have double the capacity to pay the rent required, which we all know is true. Those extra cars need to be accommodated, but they actually will have no place to live because they're not figured in. Stop and Shop can't handle the extra parked cars now, never mind in the summer. It's barely possible to park there, and I believe what's going to happen is parking's going to accrete on the side of the road like it already has in the residential area here. I've been informed by many conversations that there is nothing we can do as a town to mitigate or downsize what is before you here today because it's not within your purview. So I instead am going to appeal directly to Mr. Famara. A few years ago, your team asked me for my opinion and input on the future project you were proposing to build on the island. I was told you wanted to do the right thing for the island, and I was thrilled to help foster a design that would be the new paradigm for infill mixed-use buildings in the Mid-Island area. I spoke with your architects at length about what was appropriate and what was not going to work here. Your conceptual design was something suitable for the mainland, but not for Nantucket. You disregarded my advice then and have continued to ignore island residents' input through this process. The footprint continues to get larger, not smaller. It remains one large building instead of multiple structures that are more in scale to the area and the island. And the services you want to put in one building has never been reduced in a meaningful way throughout this process. I'm afraid you do not know the needs of this community as a part-time resident. If you really want to do the honorable thing for Nantucket, think about, please, what is necessary and eliminate the rest of the proposed services. It's a nice idea to have a bowling alley, but it is not necessary. And here is already a very congested spot. Does this really need to have 2 restaurants? Please be reasonable and do the honorable thing. Scale this project back to what is suitable for the island and its year-round residents. Sadly, our future is in your hands and not in our own, which in this very imperfect process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Val. David Gray.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you for letting me in. think I can be pretty quick. Just to let the board know that I have spoken with the engineer on this. But there are some sewer concerns in the area. Very old and undersized infrastructure currently exists. And I have talked with Dan about that in the past. I just wanted that to be on record. And I do appreciate all the stormwater questions that were answered. As we are now oversight of all stormwater projects as well on the island, it was good to see a lot of those answered. And that's pretty much it. I do see the grease interceptor, which is a very welcome sight on the side of the building. And that's about really all I had. Dan knows my concerns ultimately, so.
David, is there plans to upgrade the sewer system in that area at all?
At some point, yes. This isn't on one of our high priority areas. This property is going to put in a pretty significant impact to flows. There's only a 6-inch line out front. There's a very old line that goes across the fire station property, and West Creek Road is pretty much at this point just about at a capacity. So there's just some concerns that we have, and none of this has been engineered yet by our group. But I have worked with Dan on this. So.
I guess the obvious question is, can the infrastructure that exists handle the added flow?
That's probably a question that I don't know if I can honestly answer. I don't know if a lot of the infrastructure can handle some what's going on, but there was talks with Dan about potentially at least repairing or replacing some of the infrastructure that's going to serve this area all the way across the road over towards West Creek. With all the other sewer projects we have going on right now, West Creek is definitely on our higher priority list, but not one of the critical path sewers right now. But there are some concerns with the sewer that's right out front.
Dan, would you like to address this?
Yeah, I can cover this pretty easily. I would expect, we know there's is possibly some issues with some of the utilities. One of the other utilities are dealing with the poles, so we're also bringing some poles underground. So it is part of the permit approval. The site plans will dictate all these improvements have to happen, and certainly what the board's commonly done is just another condition of the approval is that all utility systems be designed to accommodate this site, or public utilities improved as necessary. I'm familiar with the sewer question with David, and certainly something we can deal with as part of this project.
Thank you, Dan.
And it's been great working with Dan, Mr. Chairman. And the only other concern that we have is the currently existing 16-inch force main that runs across the property over towards Hooper Farm Road. Dan's aware of that as well. That line is extremely shallow. It's less than 2 feet deep. Comes across the fire station as well. We just want to make sure that force main is protected when they're working around that area. Thank you.
David, can you stay on for a second through you,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman? Is that the 1929 pipe there?
Yeah, that's the cast iron that was lined. That's the one that's still being used as
That we're
emergency.
saying, that's the one we're keeping, or is that the one we're replacing with the new 20-inch?
That's the one that's currently being replaced, but this 16-inch will remain as a
No,
standby. So
I know that. I talk to you once in a while and get an update on that. I just want to make sure I know that's the 1929 one that you're talking about, though, not the newer one, the other second line, right?
yes,
okay.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So when that incident happened, the unfortunate incident in 2018, they opened up, didn't they open up a hole by the fire station?
Yes, that was one of the accesses for the camera work. Yes.
Right. And then they did it again down by Surfside Drive and the little triangle there, right? Hooper Farm and Surfside Drive.
Yeah.
They opened that up. So you guys know exactly where everything is, for like literally to the inch, with all the work that's been done in the last 5 years.
Yes, correct.
So the applicant is gonna know where that is too, when they
Yeah.
start working over here, whenever that is, a year, two, whatever. So, okay, I just want to make sure that we don't go too, overboard when we start talking about things being like we have an 8-inch sewer line in Fairgrounds Road, and we just approved 31 Fairgrounds with an 8-inch line, and you were there, and you know that that's getting updated.
Yep.
So these things are going to happen. This can be brought up at a lot of meetings, at different things where you have stuff that hasn't been upgraded yet. So I thought you redirected a lot of flow from Monomoy and other parts of the island so it doesn't go down to C Street. Isn't that in this area where you did that, or am I mistaken?
No, correct. We took the flow from Monomoy South and it goes down across the water company. It used to go to C Street, but it does not anymore. We have the ability to, but we're not currently pushing it down Orange Street.
So we've moved flow that used to go downtown and come back out of this pipe, and now it doesn't anymore.
Well, the pipe on Orange Street is where Monomoy went into. The pipes I'm talking about are on Sparks and
Right.
West Creek.
Okay. I mean, one way or the other, it's just like Vespa Lane getting increased. I mean, it's inevitable that these things are going to be done where they need to be done, whether there's a project in front of us or not.
It is, yeah, correct. It's just that we just
Okay.
needed everyone to know that we had some concerns, and they had already spoken to Dan about it. But the force main, all we're seeking there is just that it's protected during construction with road plates or something.
Is there anything that has to happen that can't have a structure over that pipe? Is it, in other words, is
The
this
force
pipe?
main already goes through someone's foundation. So.
I'm not surprised. But what I'm saying is this project, Dan, I guess I'll just switch back to you now. Is this the pressure main that goes underneath this land? Is there going to be anything on top of it, or is this going to be accessible through the property? That's what I'm saying, because I don't know exactly where it goes. I'm assuming it goes over towards House Fitters and Kane's property, right?
Right, the force main is under House Fitters parking lot and the old Canes property. So
Yeah.
the only thing happening over there is redoing the surface curbing, so
There's not going to be any houses, buildings on top
no
of that.
buildings anywhere near it. The only work near it will be probably running some underground utility lines, that type of thing. But we know where it is, and we're going to make extreme efforts to not find it, or at least not find it accidentally.
Right. Okay.
We're
Got it.
very aware of its presence.
Okay. You answered the question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Meredith Lepre.
Hi, I'm just, I echo Val's that I wish that this looked at all a little like it belonged on Nantucket. Sorry. And less like it belonged on a strip mall off island. I'm also super concerned about the cars. It does not look like there is likely going to be enough parking for the people living there. Also, you're adding a lot more cars to an area where kids are riding their bikes to school, walking to school. I mean, anyone that lives less than 1.5 miles from school can't take the bus. So you have to think about all of the children in our whole school district, about 1,800 kids that are walking or riding their bikes or however they're getting to school if they live that close. So, I think as a planning board, you guys are elected, so you do have some say in this. And I feel like this needs to be broken up and done better. I just really feel like we can do better for Nantucket. If I wanted to live somewhere where I was driving around by a strip mall all the time, I wouldn't have moved back here. It just does not fit with the character of the island.
Thank you, Meredith. And I know that we say this a lot, but the way it looks is the purview of the HDC, and we have no way to exert any leverage or pressure on that, unfortunately.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond a little bit to that last comment? And I'm not, so Mary, I appreciate you getting involved with more stuff with the town and commenting and so forth. So I as one local to another, when 2014, 2013, when the Stop and Shop came in to flip the store, I don't know if you were here for those meetings. It was brutal. You would think that the entire Cape was coming over here to go shopping at Stop and Shop. It's the same cars that are going to the same store. Well, same cars going to the same shopping in a different store on the same property. You know, when Downey Flake is busy, back when it used to be, it's a mess there. Just a natural mess, especially when there's a Cisco truck parked on the road. That's not going to happen anymore. Every property in the Mid-Island has been one at a time redeveloped from what it once was. This just happens to be the biggest of all of them at one time. Cumbies actually kept the kids on the school side of the road, like, you know, from going to the other Cumbies, which is on the across Mid-Island. So it's actually safer. We secured an easement for kids to ride their bikes through Allen's Way to get through Cumbies and stay on that side of the road. We did that. That was actually our first order of business in 2011 when that was approved, to make sure that there was an easement there through that Allen's Lane thing. So, I mean, there isn't any more cars coming here just because of this project or any other project that's happened in the Mid-Island. And I just, you know, thank God we got the roundabout, the only one we have, put where it is, because it would be a lot worse. I can tell you that. So this is a very contentious issue. Change, nobody likes change, but nobody liked Stop and Shop. Nobody liked Dan's, nobody liked Kitty's, nobody liked Cape Cod 5. And there's going to be more redevelopment in the Mid-Island, but it will be one at a time. The fight over the West Creek, going one way, then back to two again. I mean, there's been so many different things that have happened, and we end up resetting and learning to deal with the new issues that occur. There was a huge project planned for the Craig property that isn't happening now, but this one is sort of shifting down the street. I mean, it's similar project actually was approved for that land that isn't happening now. People forget that. So I like to remind people of things that have happened in the last 15 years or not happened. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any more members of the public, Meg?
I'm not seeing you at this time.
John.
Yeah, Dave, excuse me, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to just comment on Mary's comment. We do take this very seriously, and when you look at this application, we've had over a year, I think it's about 11 months of no fewer than 7 meetings and many hours of discussion. We've looked at everything from not only the site plan, landscape plan, lighting plans, sidewalk entrances. We've had multiple changes in the size, and all along we hear your concerns about too much building. We've pleaded to see if there was a way to downsize at some point, regardless of what we want to see Nantucket in the light that it was in the past and where it's going. We're not always 100% happy with the direction and the build out, but we try and limit as much as we possibly can by also addressing all the safety concerns, especially the routes that our kids are walking. And that's why we spent so many hours and so many meetings on this. At some point, we hope and pray that it's to a point where it's never going to please everybody, but hopefully we've done enough to make it safe and we set the example for the future area. And I think we've said this many, many times, countless times at at our meetings that this particular project is really, we're trying to set the stage for the entire area, not just one particular project. And I think we have to look at everything, how it all ties in. And I think we've done the best that we could to ensure that other future projects aren't slammed in and overbuilt. We're going to address the same concerns: sewer, lighting, safety, parking, as best we can. So we do hear what you're saying. We try and listen and address all the concerns. And all I can say is we've done the best we can, and going forward, we'll continue to do it. But we do, as Nat says, thank you for your concern, and that does help us to address as many issues as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just to kind of piggyback on that and John's comments. Nat was right. It is one by one that this neighborhood is getting built up. But, I've had a meeting with Dan Malloy and the Famaras and the owners of the land that Cumbie's is on, of trying to get a package together. It's like one, so it works together. So it's not, piecemealed, and this isn't working. And another part of that is Christopher Young at House Fitters. Everyone, we're trying to get this right, and we're trying to get everything tied in so the flow is working properly, traffic, safety, parking, everything. We've been working on that. I know Dan Malloy has been working, trying to get something where there's a oversight on parking for everyone, and that someone is going to monitor that as a group, not individuals, not just Mr. Pumara. And I will repeat that I wish we were a little bit further, or he was a little bit further along in the HTC. I know he's done a lot of work from the first iteration. I know that it's gotten smaller and massing is broken up, and I think it's working better and better. But I think he's probably got a couple more meetings to go through the HTC, as we all know. So it's a work in progress. We're not just rubber stamping anything. We're working very hard behind the scenes and in these meetings. Like we said, there's been probably 7 or 8 meetings, and plus a lot of communication through staff and through everyone else on the backside of trying to get this correct. So we hear what he's saying. We're not taking it lightly. We're not dismissing it, but we are trying to do the best we can, and trying to hold everyone feet to the fire, make sure we get it right. I don't want this to be later on coming back and saying, you guys missed an opportunity, because we would like to, sit down with everyone and have one plan, have it all together. And, whether Chris Young is, he was dissatisfied at one point, and now I think he's happy with the way this is coming around, and, everything's going to work out for his, traffic and safety and how people enter and exit. And, we do think about how the kid's going to pass. I don't think they'll go that past the Cumbies, because they're going to get what they want and then turn around back to school. But we do look at that, and I don't want to say that we're dismissing that or we don't take it seriously. So this is important to us, and this is why we're here. So thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Anybody else?
Yep.
Barry.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a few things real quickly, and I want to kind of tag on to what Nat was talking about earlier. But first of all, most importantly,
You're breaking up, Barry. Completely frozen, Barry, if you can hear me. All right, we'll come back to Barry when it comes clear.
With what was envisioned in the Mid-Island Plan, which was done several times. I'm sorry. This was
Barry. Oh, there he goes. Oh, and he's back. Barry, we didn't. I think I can speak for everyone. We didn't hear a thing you said, right? Am I the
No.
So you're gonna have to repeat it. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity. I just wanted to say a few things that this is consistent with what was mapped out in the Mid-Island Plan several years ago, realizing
Oh, Barry, you're out again, my friend.
Oh, boy.
Barry, I think you're gonna need to reboot. This is painful. All right. We're gonna have to. Do we have anyone else in the public?
We do have one more person. We have Lopez Ferna.
Why don't we bring Barry? We can't. You were stuttering in and out. We
Text him really quickly.
Yeah, will you text him real quick?
Yeah.
And maybe if he goes out of the meeting and comes back, it'll work. Meanwhile, we'll take Lopez Ferna. I hope I didn't destroy your name too badly. Lopez, you might be muted. That's the end of that. Thought the name was a little strange.
Wow.
I felt the same way, but had to give him the opportunity.
He had it going on.
So, Mr. Chair, can we just recircle back to the matters, the conditions, the discussion, just the overall where we are? We had David. I think we got that cleaned up a little bit. Another thing I wanted to mention to Mary, and Val knows all this already, but Sparks Avenue sidewalk that was built back when Babbo Roach was running the boys club. We didn't call it the Boys and Girls Club then. That is like 5 feet at best. That is getting fixed. That is getting widened and made, to accommodate the e-bikes and the whatever's coming next with kids walking to school. Okay. So that's another infrastructure thing that is happening. It's very slow, unfortunately, to get these things done, but that is getting done. So I just want to bring up a little bit about the Cumbes side and how projects need to work together. When you have private ownership of a business that is a public business, but it's privately owned, you have to work together, as Joe was talking about earlier. When we approved the gas station, Cumbes was not the applicant for that land. It was some other, I can't remember. It was like a bakery or something. It was not Cumberland Farms, which, by the way, is the best thing that ever happened, having Cumberland Farms spread out the stores. So the same number of people shopping are in 2 different places. Anyway, that was all by itself. That was Denny Dias's old gas station, Egan Brothers. And that happened 13 years ago. So a lot has happened since then. And each piece of land that comes before us in the Mid-Island has to be looked at holistically with adjacent properties, like we did with Cape Cod 5, fixing Dan's entrance, like we did with the connector to the Commons. So there are going to be changes that we don't even see yet that are going to happen as a result of time and how things end up working and not working with flow, with like we had with Stop and Shop. We changed a couple things a few years back, and they fixed a couple things that needed to be done post the new building. And the way that truck comes in for the gas station works perfectly. Okay. The way the Cumberland Farms truck comes in is not so great. And hopefully down the road, minds can get together and agree on a slightly better way to join those two properties together. But currently, it's a pretty good plan in that regard. So the housing element, where are we at with that, Megan, or Dan, or Dave, or what?
I think that they're still in active discussion with Tucker and the people in Affordable Housing Trust. And there's details to work out, but I think everyone's working
in that direction.
In good faith.
Yep.
Is that
parking management,
Mr. Fumar, accurate
that kind of thing.
That's correct. They'll work out the details, I think, as the project goes forward.
Great. Barry, welcome back. I mean, it's when you start to talk that things go amiss. But let's give it a shot.
Is that a subtle hint, Mr. Chairman?
Let's give it a shot, my friend.
Thank you. One more time. So I just want to say real quickly, this is consistent with what was mapped out in the Mid-Island Plan, where it was first generated several years ago, realizing that this area where this is located was going to be the new downtown core district. So it's not like this should be a surprise to individuals. The second thing is when we start addressing traffic, you have to realize that traffic is integrated with other projects in the area. So things that haven't passed through, which cause our traffic kerfluffles, and again, they've been brought forward, and the wisdom of town meeting or the ballot box said it wasn't going to happen. I mean, there's several key areas that we still need to work on upgrading and fixing. Those include things like Four Corners by the high school, the Five Corner intersection, West Creek, where it does its intersection, Fairgrounds, where that intersection occurs at, Milestone Rotary, which is another big one. One snafu in one place is like a set of dominoes where things trip over time. And I think we've tried to be conscientious about how to interact with the school children. It comes across as like we don't seem to care at all, and I would disagree with that. I mean, again, there are certain things we can and we can't control in this, but one thing that we did do when it came to Cumberland Farms was to look at doing a pedestrian easement into the First Way area. So we try to be cognizant of these things and do the best we can with it. But again, there are certain things that are out of our control, or that, again, when they go before the town and they are denied, hamstrings us in terms of what happens with things. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Barry. I think that, and I don't want to continue much longer, but I think that this application in itself shows that, we're accused many times of rubber stamping and pushing things through. And I think Dan and Mr. Fumaro will tell you that is definitely not what has happened here. A year of meetings, a year of try this, more of that. In the end, they're not asking for one waiver, and they're checking the boxes. So that is the reality of what's before us. Thank you. It's the pleasure of the board. Barry?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, seeing no other hands raised at this point and not hearing any more testimony from the board, I'm going to make a motion that we close the public hearing.
I'll second that.
All right, motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I as well. All right, gentlemen.
Conditions.
I would like to see, and I did ask for this, and I know it says native species where possible. I would prefer to have that just native species, period. If is that a possibility, Dan?
Sorry, we lost Dan for a second, so you may have to repeat that.
Dan, did you hear that?
I didn't.
In the conditions, we say native species when possible. Would it be a problem if it was just native species, period? As far as plantings and landscape?
I think we can make that accommodation.
That's my one issue with the staff recs. Anybody else?
Need to, Megan, just, I know you have a lot of the conditions drafted. I just want to know what we have for the housing piece so that we can all be clear on that.
So the housing piece actually is broken up over
More than one? Okay.
two conditions, I believe. One suggested condition relates to applicant and the Affordable Housing Trust on behalf of the select board reach an agreement on the affordability and year-round restrictions prior to the issuance of the building permit. And then to that, short-term rentals in any of the apartment units shall be strictly prohibited. So if we want to further expand that to, all occupancy has to be for year-round, peak season employment, something to that effect. I think in numerous conversations, the applicant has agreed to that form of a restriction.
Okay, so we got that in two different condition numbers. Okay, and the other issue is obviously is this issue on the Cumbie side with the in and out versus the tying it together and having more parking. I know that issue is going to continue to fester and hopefully work. I don't want this project held up because of that, but at the same time, we need to use every bit of our power to get that to happen before there are too much work goes into this that's wasted. There's a lot of wasted land over there, and it could be a really, really nice project to tie that in to this side of the property or to this side of their property. We also have the issue of the easement, the pedestrian easement, bicycles zipping through there from Allen's Lane, connecting it into this. And also, what was the other thing about the easement with the town?
So, another condition that I've spoken with the applicant about that they have agreed to was granting the town and county an easement along the entrance side that's abutting 30 Sparks Avenue. So the board requests that action within so it's not in perpetuity, but within 7 years after the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. So that way the planning board does have some say in the future on how those future connections, whether they're in bicycle vehicle, may play out, and also may be able to provide some assistance to help facilitate that if needed.
And then what about the front? As far as how wide are we making? Is that current sidewalk, Dan? Are we making that bigger? What are we doing there? I'm just, because I know we don't need a loading zone because it's going to be on the inside, which it never should have been even considered on the outside to begin with. So what are we doing out front to improve the width or anything else there? If anything, what are we doing out there?
So on our entire frontage of Sparks Ave, we're rebuilding the sidewalk. So it's going up to a 10-foot wide sidewalk, and that's consistent with what's kind of been modeled for the whole Sparks Ave corridor.
Okay, so that's part of that Sparks plan. Was it 10? I thought it was 8, but that's fine if it's 10. That's a lot, but that's
last
okay.
We heard it was 10. So we've got a 10-foot sidewalk, and we're taking, I believe, 2 or 3 sidewalk, putting them underground.
Okay. You are there is some poles over there going under? Okay.
Yeah, there's
That's
poles
good.
that have to go under. So there's 2 or 3 of them, I believe, that are going under.
Okay. And what are we doing? That's Cape Cod berm over there now, I believe.
We've got granite with the sidewalk both. So on Sparks Ave, we've got brick sidewalk with granite curb. And inside the site, we've got granite curb. So there's no more asphalt.
Okay. Make sure we don't make it too high. Maybe it could be that rounded edged granite that they have now that we've got on Washington Street. On the right side of Washington Street after the Legion, that whole section is that new, I don't know what you call it. It looks like they rough it up on the edge and make it dull and rounded. Okay. We have everything set with Chris, right? With House Fitter Chris, I mean, as far as his agreements and all that stuff. So there isn't any confusion about who's agreeing to what and that kind of stuff.
We have an agreement in place with house fitters. There's easements in place. This plan pretty much puts in place everything we've talked about with house fitters.
Okay. Okay. Very good.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to bring anything up new, but I just can't remember if this has been discussed over the past 11 months and in any of the meetings that we had. Similar to what we do downtown for construction. I don't know if it's even important to know, but do we have any kind of restriction as far as July and August construction, where we would put a hold on that for traffic purposes? Obviously, we're considering this to be the new out of town or in town, out of town. So does it have the same purview when we look at, if we had the Dreamland under construction, we did not allow them for, I think it was a 2-month period from July and August. I don't know. Traffic is bad, obviously, throughout the island, especially in this area. Do we even consider that, or is that going to delay the project even more and create more traffic? Again, I just don't recall if we've ever talked about that in previous discussions or meetings.
I think it's a good point. I don't think we've discussed it as it applies to this project, though. Dan?
Add to that, just briefly, I understand what John's asking. But what I would offer to a degree that I think with the traffic in the summer on this street, I think the traffic itself will dictate our schedule, meaning we've taken this into some consideration already, and with the traffic that's there, we can only practically do certain things in the summertime.
Mm-hmm.
Just due to delays in traffic and deliveries and moving things around. I don't know that we'll be able to do too much. So, I mean, you could certainly consider a restriction, but I'm not sure how much one will actually be necessary given our limitations anyways.
Yeah, Dan, and that's again, I just didn't know if we've had a discussions, and obviously through you, Mr. Chair, to Dan. So I appreciate that you've had discussions in preparation for this. So that definitely helps. Just knowing you're dealing with this and expecting delays and things, and hopefully adjusting according to the season. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Meg?
Apologies through you, Mr. Chair. I did notice I forgot to include one recommended condition that I did speak with Dan about last week, and that is submitting a parking management and overall management plan for town staff to review prior to the issuance of a building permit. So we'd need to, I mean, I guess ultimately it's up to you if you want to have a hearing for it or leave it to staff to review and approve. But I think either way that needs to be done before a building permit's issued.
I think we're fine with staff reviewing, and I think that's a good condition. Okay, board, where we're at. Let's see that big smile, Barry. What do you got?
I think we're there. I'm curious to see where my peers are at. That's
Just,
why.
I'm just add one more thing. I mean, this
Yeah.
is a huge project. It's over a year. You know, I don't want to forget anything. Since David was just on, I don't know if he's back, but we have the Pesci. The coordinated review stuff, Dan, is ongoing, I'm assuming. I mean, it's not like, oh, we're all set today, bye. There's going to be a continuous coordinated review throughout this project of things that change. There could be something else coming from the sewer department or water that we don't even know about yet. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's something could happen across the street, something could happen that affects this area that we don't even know. I'm not saying, so I think that the comment earlier about making sure that everything that the town needs to get access to is there's nothing on top of it. So that's huge, but I'm talking about stormwater, water, regular water stuff that's coming with the water company. I don't know if there is anything over there or not, but I think it's important that the coordinated review process is handled really well between DPW, water and sewer, and Mike, if he's involved in this. So that's all I'm saying. And I'm not asking for that to be a condition per se, but sort of a general part of the decision as far as the continuing to, as it evolves, you know, that the town's coordinated review process is not lost. It has to be kept intact. We have a new DPW director who's very familiar with sewer. And, you know, he hasn't been to any of these meetings. He hasn't been on this, but he knows what's going on with stuff under the street. I can tell you that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Nat. Barry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah. Pleasure of the board. Barry.
All right. So let me take a stab at this. I'm going to make a motion. We approve the project as submitted with the findings and conditions that have been identified in our transactions and have been identified by staff as well.
Second that.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
And I'm a no. But it passes 4-5. On to Westmore. You like that, didn't you, Nat?
Dave, I love you. I'm so glad you're here. Oh, wherever you are.
Westmore.
You're not a great point. You're not a great point tonight, Dave.
It looks a little bit like Great Point where I am.
It's a little chilly out there tonight.
I bet.
Okay. Westmore.
Stephen Cohen is representing the applicant. I know Sarah Alger's in the audience as well, representing a group of the abutting property owners. If you want to just pull them both over.
Stephen might just be talking. I can try to allow him to speak. He keeps declining the promote to panelist.
There he is. Steven, are you with us?
You could bring Paul Santos over to Billy in case anyone has any engineering related questions.
Bless you, Sarah. Steven?
This Paul Santos for the record. I'm going to text Steve right now and see what the issue is.
Hello?
Perfect. Oh, there we are. You're up, Steve.
Okay. So let me just am I on video? I don't see.
No, you're not.
Okay. All right.
We hear you loud and clear.
Okay, either way. So I want to keep this very, very short. The board has, I think, spent a lot of time on this. I think we've made changes to the project that are reflective of those comments. And I think that the neighbors have had a lot of input, and we have come up with terms that satisfy those concerns. The settlement of the issues with the neighbors has been reduced to a list of conditions that has been submitted through staff. And I think that, unless the board has any questions, I would request that it approve the requested maintenance building and cottage and garage building with the conditions essentially that were as requested in the settlement statement, and any other reasonable conditions that the board would typically have in this situation. And I'm happy to go through details, but I don't know that you need them again.
I was very pleased at the letter we received, and I hope that I hope that all of the neighbors are satisfied. But I guess we will find out soon enough. Sarah, did you have anything or?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only thing I would add is that we have worked with Mr. Cohen and his co-counsel and his clients. We've come up with this list of conditions, which I hope you will make part of whatever decision you enter. And we're not quite there. We're getting signatures to the settlement agreement, but it looks like we're like 99.9% there. So
That's great news. And not to repeat myself, I really appreciate the work that has gone into making this work. And I know it's not easy.
no,
I just want to thank you.
it's probably one of those situations where no one is 100% happy. And of course, I should say that I only speak for my particular clients. I don't think there are other people out there with issues, but I actually don't know that.
Don't summon them, please.
No, definitely not.
Mr. Chairman, just to piggyback the idea that Sarah doesn't represent everyone, I do want to say that we received some significant input from Francis Farrell about how the emergency access should be accomplished, because there's going to be a separate traveled access compared to the emergency vehicle access, and that's now been approved by the fire department. And I think that Mr. Farrell is satisfied that it will be both restricted and revegetated.
Good news. Thank you.
I don't speak for him, but that's my understanding.
I think he's on the meeting, so I'm sure we'll hear from him.
Yeah. Thank you.
Barry, thank you. Barry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. In the conditions that were set forward, if 3 of the residents out there decide that they want to file something against Westmore, does that also trip a notification to the planning board as well too? So that we're aware of what's going on between the Westmore and 3 party members of that? Because the way it's written right now, it seems like they can just join together, work out something with the Westmore, and that's it. But somehow that needs, at least in my mind's eye, that needs to circle back to the planning board somehow, so we're aware, if nothing else, about how that would affect things, and maybe Meg has the answer for that.
Meg?
So at least my understanding in reading the document that I received and was sent, any modification to the special permit, whether it be minor or major, will absolutely require planning board review and approval. I think the intent of that condition is to allow some extra time to have homeowners get their thoughts and their ducks in a row, if you will, if they have any comments or input, suggestion, or the like. To, statutorily they're required 30 days, and I think what they're asking is 60.
Mr. Chairman, if I could through you, I believe the provision that Barry is talking about is if the neighbors were to bring a private lawsuit to try and enforce some of the provisions that are reflected in the settlement agreement. And some of those are redundant of the conditions that will be in the special permit, and some of them are outside of it. But if the board wanted to put a condition in here that they would receive notice if there was any private enforcement, I don't object to that condition.
I think that would be appropriate. I think the board should know if that takes place.
Right. And that's specifically what I was alluding to, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Catch.
Yeah, just to piggyback that, I think if there was a private activity by 3 abutters to bring an enforcement action, that's likely somewhere where the board would want to look at whether or not the public hearing should be reopened. So, I think Barry's comment makes a lot of sense.
Great. Thank you. Anybody in the public? Billy?
Virginia Chase, I'm going to move over.
Hi, Virginia. Welcome. Virginia, do you have this going on a couple different devices? Because we got some feedback.
No. I think that's Nat's background noise. Sorry, Nat. Can you
Oh,
mute?
let me put my mute. Sorry.
Anna's a Wookiee.
Cutting trees down in your yard, Nat? Hi, Virginia. Sorry.
Hi, thank you. Virginia Chase, 117 Westchester Street. I'm feeling rather left out of all of this since Steve has negotiated with the neighbors and Sarah has represented neighbors, but there's a lot of neighbors that aren't represented at all. And that's a group on Westchester Street. And we're abutters. And we have, I feel like things have been going on and I have no input, but basically, I don't want to put conditions on this house, this cottage. I just don't want it built. And most people on Westchester Street agree with me. But it's evident that it seems like it's going to go through in one way or another. And I would like a condition on, if it's approved, I would like a condition that there be no more development, no more construction there for 5 to 10 years. We've been going through this for already 4 or 5 years, going to meetings, talking about this. One thing is built and that's going to be the last, and don't worry because we're not, and then something else comes up. I mean, people on Westchester were told that after the employee housing, there would be no more construction. And then bang, a cottage and maintenance shed. And, I mean, it's just too much after a while and it's constant. And I would really like to have a moratorium on construction at Westmore for a certain period of time. And that's what I've got to say about it.
Thank you, Virginia. I think we all understand your frustration. Can I ask you, Virginia, have you seen the document and the agreement?
Yeah, well, I just saw it just now when you had it up on the screen.
It's part of the packet, I believe. So it's not.
It was received over the weekend, so it was not included in the published packet.
I hate it when that happens.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes, sir.
So Virginia may or may not know, she probably doesn't know, that one of the terms of the settlement is that there would be essentially no construction, with some very limited nominal exceptions in the tax lot. I think it's 41809. which is what other people would call the Field of Dreams, which I think actually was Nat Lowell's idea, to try and say, like without saying, we're going to be stuck with where we are today forever, that there should be some area of this property that we would consider to be the where we'd go with light touch in the future. So we're not committing to having any kind of moratorium, but we are committing to an area that is now that has never been restricted in that way, that now will be restricted in that way, and that'll be both a publicly and privately held restriction. So thank you, Nat, for your good idea.
Yeah, and Steve, I was just actually thinking about that ground cover comment that I made during that meeting. I mean, I just hope Virginia understands what that means. Like, in other words, this property has a certain amount of buildable land that is legal. That just like a lot, if you have a lot that has 3% ground cover left, you have a right to build that 3%. But what they're offering, I think, is a great compromise for that part that I don't know what part you said there, Steve, but whatever that is, that's a big compromise, because that's unusual for someone to do something like that. Because this is R20, isn't it? Technically, over there.
Yeah, it's R20, and the area that we're restricting is just under 4.5 acres, so not insignificant.
Yeah. That's a lot. Calculate that out, 12.5%. Okay, very good. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Any other board members or anyone else in the public, Billy?
Francis Farrell just raised his hand, and I am moving him over.
Welcome, Mr. Farrell. You might be muted. Oh, there you are. Welcome.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. I'd like to tell you that the Westmore Club has been very empathetic to my concern about this proposed road being built, and I'm happy about that. So it seems like a very cooperative effort on their part to fulfill their agenda, but also accommodate abutters, myself and others along the line of this road. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Chairman, though, if there's some way, as you know, the devil is always in the details, and this road, whether or not you are familiar with it or the other board members, it's a fairly long road, and it's hopefully, or I'm told it's never going to be used unless for an emergency, which is itself a great relief. My principal concern is the vegetation. To build this road is going to more than likely require ripping out a lot of very mature vegetation. The Westmore Club has pledged to revegetate the area, and is there some way to make this formal in terms of revegetating it, to just dot the I's and cross the T's here? And this vegetation gives me and other abutters in this particular area screening that is really valuable, and it would be so sad to lose that. And I should say the Westmore has expressed the understanding of that, but is there a way to kind of formalize that?
You could formalize it in the decision, correct, Meg?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could, I think it would be both in the decision and in the approval of the landscaping plan through staff, the combination of those two things. And I assume that the staff could coordinate with Mr. Farrell, and it's a more than acceptable condition.
Yep. Great. Thank you, Steve. So hopefully that satisfies you, Mr. Farrell. I think that staff will make sure that it gets revegetated in a proper manner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions, Mr. Farrell? Are you good?
No, again, I would say that it's been a long process. You guys have hung in there a lot, as a lot of other people, but the Westmore Club has come through with this. I reluctant to editorialize here. I echo somewhat Miss Virginia Chase's comments about development, and also hear very well Mr. Lowell's comments that there are rights here, and we abutters like to think that there's some discretion, notwithstanding rights, that the planning board exercises that can relieve abutters here with this, it seems, ever present expansion of this club. And enough said.
Thank you. I listen, to be candid, I agree. I've been on this board for almost 5 years now, and it seems to be every year the Westmore comes in with more. So it has to end at some point. And there's, I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Board members? Anyone else in the public, Meg?
Thomas Holland, followed by Graham Goldsmith.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Holland. You may still be muted.
I was indeed. I apologize for that. Can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much for hearing my comments. I'd just like to discuss the employee housing cap. Just to get back to why we're here in the first place. The Westmore Club has asked for a cottage to improve their housing capability on this lot. And I noticed that in the current application, where they are currently approved 80 employees, they're actually submitting a request to increase that to 118. 118 employees is a very significant population, and I was kind of wondering why. What is it with the operation of the club that requires so many people? And then I heard Mr. Lowell make comments referencing the viability of increasing the population on this property in the context that it's an R20 zoned area, which means that a house could be built on every half-acre lot in the total acreage of this property. And that's what's allowed under current zoning regulations. So I did some calculations, and I see that if you go to Map Geo, even someone as amateur as myself can see that there's approximately 12.1 buildable acres. So I'm excluding the wetland area, which we know is a designated vernal pool. There's 12 buildable acres in the entire Westmore Club lot. We know that it's half-acre zoning, so that's 24 houses would be permitted if the club went away and that property was developed in its entirety. I then went to the census. So the 2017 to 2021 average household occupancy is 3.36 people, which is impractical. So let's round that up to 4 people per house on the island of Nantucket. That equals over 24 houses. That equals 80 people. So my question for the board and the applicant is, why do they need 118 people to be housed on this property, which exceeds the zoning regulations? And at the current, and I'm being generous, 4 people per household would equal 30 homes, which is not permitted under the current zoning regulations. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer that. I'm happy to answer that question. I think, as we discussed previously, the 110 person occupancy reflects all of the employee housing. There's some dorms, there's some, single family, the old cottages that are still in the property that get to that number. And I think that we had determined that the cap on 80 was a number that was somewhat randomly selected years ago, and it might have been based on the number of people living there at the time, but it's not. It doesn't actually reflect the occupancy of the building under the fire code and building code. And then the additional 8 is in the cottage, which would be single family housing. So just for information, how we get to that number, and I think that the idea of why the club has moved to bring that on board is because housing has just become such an issue. When the club was founded 20 something years ago, the idea was to have employees in rentals, and now the idea is you need to provide housing for your employees. And by moving it on site, we are reducing traffic. We're reducing, we're freeing up housing that would otherwise be available to other island employees or island families, who are here for year-round or peak seasonal housing. And I think that the Westmore Club is, potentially one of the top 2 or 3 providers of employee housing on the island in terms of, providing that 100+ slots. And frankly, is really proud of providing that safe housing in a way that doesn't require people to have cars, doesn't require, all kinds of taxes on the system. So I think that's where we are. And, I don't see it changing anytime soon in terms of how employee housing works on Nantucket in the foreseeable future. So I'm happy to answer more if there are more questions, but that's how we got to where we are.
Those are good answers. I'm going to go to Graham. Mr. Holland, I will return to you, but I'm going to give Graham a shot here.
Okay, thank you for seeing me listening today. I just want to point out, going back in time, when we first started to develop the Westmore Club, we talked to all the neighbors. We spent extensive amount of time with them. We listened. We tried to develop a project in which we created buffer zones. We limited hours of operation. We limited lighting, and we really worked hard to try to develop a nice project there. I remember distinctly during one of the conversations that I was asked, well, what would happen if this was housing? And I said, well, I don't really want to do housing. I don't want to see that kind of density there. But they said, well, if you did do it, what would it be like? And it turned out there's actually 14 acres of land there, but there was something like you could have had 26, 27 houses plus guest houses. By the time you did the required driveways, cul-de-sacs, sidewalks, lighting, it was intense. And in fact, that's what's happened in the perimeter. The balance of the land that was part of Westmore Farm. And by the way, if you could have seen, you all probably remember what it was like. This was a very open place when Michael Egan had it. And then before that, it was actually a fox hunting farm. So there was a lot of open space. And in fact, what happened is the Westmore Farms got developed and they put in, there were something like 40 houses or 20 applications of houses around the Westmore Club where they built houses, added on to them, renovated them. We were aware of all that. We never said a word to anybody about what they were doing. And I think that we, in fact, provide a very an open area for the perimeter. The open space that we have at the club is nowhere near as intense as it could have been had this all been housing. But putting that all aside, I am trying to continue to listen to people. I want to be a good neighbor. I work with Francis Farrell on this driveway going in there. And I'm really basically trying to build a 1,400 square foot house cottage for my wife and I. I'm the majority owner of the club. I spend my life practically up there every day. I just wanted to have a place nearby. My wife's had 17 orthopedic surgeries. We wanted to have a place near the club where we could use the club services and participate in the ongoing management of this club. Now, the other additional building off Westchester Street, just to keep things in perspective, 600 square foot, approximately, I think it's 600 square feet footprint, the small building. I just want to get what currently is an eyesore of equipment sitting outside, storage outside, our equipment's rusting. I want to get it, clean it up so nobody's looking at it, nobody's hearing it, including our neighbors on Westchester Street. And the final thing is we have a dilapidated small maintenance building down on the Field of Dreams that we want to just put together. So I'm not looking, I don't really look at this as that big a project to me. And I think that, keep in mind that by having the housing on campus that we've developed, what we were doing before this, we were renting houses around the island. It wasn't, we needed to do that to handle the housing for our staff. And instead of doing that now, they're on campus. They're not driving back and forth, making more commotion in the neighborhood. We really have them on campus. We have a lot of rules about noise mitigation and sound, and I think that's contained in a better way than having people scattered and running all over the place. And, we've listened before, we've made adjustments over the years. When we heard concerns from the neighbors, we're going to continue to do that. And I just wanted to put those comments in perspective, in that the cottage I'm trying to do you can't see it, you can't hear it. It's completely behind all these trees that we've agreed to keep. We've agreed to continue with the landscaping discussion. And that's it. I just, I think the Westmore Club has done a lot of good things for the community. We continue to do ongoing charity, and we will continue to do that. And I think that, we have a good reputation. We're going to certainly keep that. And if there's a question or a problem, we want to address it. So thank you for my opportunity to say something.
Thank you, Graham. Did Mr. Holland go away, Billy?
I'm bringing him back over right now.
Welcome back, Mr. Holland. You may be muted again.
Indeed. I hope that solves the problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll keep my comments very brief, and I appreciate the comments heard from Mr. Goldsmith. In truth, all of the neighbors that who've had a great deal of discussion about this particular issue are all in agreement. There's no particular issue with Mr. Goldsmith or his ambitions. And we're not trying to interfere in any way with his commercial development. But we have always said, through his attorney, Mr. Cohen, that we object to him moving a house into such a small area on top of the wetland. I've previously discussed the density, the arguments about there's plenty of space to do whatever they want. I don't feel is appropriate, given that 118 employees. First of all, I'd really love to know how many employees it takes to run that club. I can't imagine it's 118, so where are they coming from? But that's an aside. There's only 12 acres of developable land on this property. Okay, the wetland area is off limits. So there's a restriction in terms of the previous zoning of that area, and the number of people that they're looking to house on that property vastly exceeds the current zoning regulations. So that point I've made, I'll leave it at that. What I would like to ask Mr. Goldsmith is, what is his intentions for, instead of wedging this cottage, which is actually quite a significantly sized house, in this tiny little area over the wetland, what are his intentions for the 2-acre area that he's cleared along West Chester that sits open and available and undoubtedly will soon be coming back before the planning board for additional exceptions to the special permit? Couldn't he move his cottage to this area and make everyone happy, as he says he is willing to do? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. Before you answer that, Graham, I just want to take an opportunity to respond to a couple things. My first house on this island was on Pilgrim Road, right down the street from this house or from this property. I would suggest that, and this might not be very popular for me to say, but I would suggest that every neighbor looks at the build out on their own property and tell me how much open space or ground cover they've used, because the density in this area around the club, not the club itself, around the club, has grown exponentially in the past 15 years by many properties that have built out to their last square foot. So this property has 56% open space right now. I think that people should look in their own backyard before they judge their neighbor's backyard. And that's all I have to say. Mr. Goldsmith.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Mr. Holland means about the back property. That we've already put together the last phase of the project up until this point. 2 more tennis courts and the pickleball courts and the dormitories. There really isn't any other land that's available to do development on. We're looking at doing the maintenance building, as I've described, but I'm not sure what he means by 2 acres of open space. It just isn't there anymore.
Okay. We're going to refrain from having a back and forth, but
Okay. I'll leave it there.
No, fairly answered.
Okay.
Fairly answered. Anybody else in the public, Billy?
No, no other hands are raised.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. What's the pleasure?
What do we get? Make a motion to approve with the list of conditions and agreements that are in the packet.
And
We
to add in the piece for Mr. Farrell with the replanting.
The replanting. Yep.
I'll second that.
But before you do it, what about Barry's thing, Tim?
Oh, that as well, yes.
Yep.
What was that one again?
For
Sorry.
the board to be notified if any action was taken by the abutters.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. So that motion was made by Nat, seconded by Joe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nat.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
John.
Before I vote, I just wanted to add that this was the last time that Carl Borchardt, our late planning alternate, and I had gone through the site. And both of us, we spent about an hour there, and we were equally as impressed with this. So I just wanted to note that. And I think on his perspective, I would vote in the positive, and I think he would agree. So yes.
Thank you, John. And I'm an aye as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah. Can I just
And
check?
Graham.
Was that Joe, Dave, Nat, John, and Barry? Is that
Yes.
the board? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, my papers are all shuffled here. We on to Trip Drive now, Meg?
We sure are, and that is going to be Dan Malloy representing the applicant.
Welcome back, Dan.
Evening again. So 14 Trip Drive, quick summary. It's a rear lot special permit. At the last board meeting, there was discussion as to the status of the homeowners association. We have gone back and looked into that, and we provided copies to the board as well. So there is a homeowners association. We are a member of it. It's a little bit of an odd association, being that the entire subdivision, the original Trip Drive subdivision, is not all part of it. Only 12 and 14 Trip Drive are actually part of the HOA. But that is being what it is, unfortunately. But we are a member of it. Every intention is to stay a member of it, and have no issues with. I know one of the conditions that was brought up at the meeting previously was that we were to, grade the road prior to and after construction to keep it in a, improve its condition, and we certainly have no problem with that. I don't recall the board having any other specific questions on what we're doing. I think the HOA was the outstanding question. I know there's been a letter was sent in by one of the abutters. I'm happy to address that if you have any concerns about it, but I don't think we have anything else to offer.
Okay. Well, if the abutters here to voice their opinion past the letter, we'll readdress. Any board members, questions?
We have I just want you to know, I did the Mullen paperwork and so forth for that. So just so you guys know. So we have the proprietors road issue has been taken care of according to what said, right, Megan? Okay.
I think Sarah's on here to comment, but
yeah,
based on the conversation at the last meeting, the recommended condition, how exactly did I word it? It could be utilized for the driveway access, but not to fully open up. So it can only be utilized for driveway access on the portion directly abutting the property.
Good.
I think, Meg, that we should, in an open meeting, just discuss the private deed restriction and how it does not affect our decision, and that it's, I'll let you go.
Sure. So we received an email this morning that was circulated from, I believe, in a butter about a restriction that they thought may negatively impact future potential uses on this property. There's a private deed restriction attached to this property, limiting it to single family use. That's not a restriction of total dwellings. At the time in 1998, tertiary was not allowed, so therefore was not contemplated in this private deed restriction. It does talk about primary and secondary dwellings on the site and to not allow commercial uses. But again, and Dan can elaborate on this as well, but I did review the document on the Registry of Deeds. The planning board is in no way attached to that document. It does not have enforcement authority over that document. So it's my opinion as planning staff that any enforcement action of that document onto this property owner or any future property owner or owners would be a civil matter and would not fall under the responsibility or the purview of the planning board to address.
Well said. Just wanted that out in the open. Is that what you were referring to, Paul? From the letter?
Yeah, that was the letter I think I was referring to for the abutter.
Perfect.
We agree with Megan's interpretation of it.
So we can approve the subdivision if that's what we choose to do, and what goes on that property is between people in that subdivision and has nothing to do with the planning board.
That's correct.
All right. Just wanted to make that clear in a public meeting in case questions were asked. Do we have anyone in the public, Billy?
I'm bringing Sarah Alger and Eliza Leona Tripp after that.
Great. Welcome back, Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you for having me back. Sarah Alger, I represent the Viscos at 1 Rachel Drive, which is directly next door and in a butter. And before you go ahead and approve this, I just want to point out that I don't think that this plan meets the requirements of the bylaw. In other words, I don't think you can approve this as a rear lot subdivision, and let me explain why. If you look at section 139 8F 3 D, which is part of the rear lot subdivision bylaw, it says that the number of building lots shall not exceed the number which may have been created on a conventional subdivision plan, meeting all dimensional and upland requirements of the zoning bylaw and the requirements contained within the rules and regulations governing the subdivision of land, as may be amended from time to time, as demonstrated by the submission of a dimensioned lotting plan, or is shown on an approval not required plan endorsed by the planning board, or is shown on an approval required plan approved and endorsed by the planning board. So I think in this case, the applicant has submitted a proposed approval not required plan. And one of the requirements of an approval required plan is that the lot have frontage, and frontage under 139(2) in the bylaws defined as the lineal extent of the boundary between a lot and an abutting street measured along a single street line, affording legal and practical access to the lot. The planning board rules and regulations governing the subdivision of land in 203A3 talks about what needs to happen, and it either has to be a public way, a way that the town clerk certifies is maintained and used as a public way, a way shown on a plan approved in accordance with the subdivision control law, or a way in existence on February 16, 1955, having, in the opinion of the planning board, sufficient width, suitable grades, and adequate construction to provide for the vehicular traffic in relation to the proposed use. And then in 203D, it talks about ways in existence and says that existing ways will normally be determined by the board to provide adequate access to qualify a plan as not constituting a subdivision, that is an A&R plan, only when the layout, design, and construction meet the standards of these rules and regulations. Well, in this particular case, what they're using for their frontage is an unconstructed public road. I mean, unconstructed proprietor's road. So it can't possibly be used to meet frontage. It isn't providing, it may provide legal access, but it's not providing practical access within the meaning of the definition of frontage in 139(2), and it's not meeting the definitions set forth in the rules and regulations concerning the subdivision of land. So I don't think that a rear lot subdivision is appropriate in this particular circumstance. And that's what I hope you will take into consideration and not grant this approval.
Thank you, Sarah.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Not sure who to address the question to, but for similar situations where we use paper roads as frontage and where it could be potentially developed, but we choose not to have it developed and access it through another driveway as frontage. Is that a similar situation in this case where we have a proprietors? It might have legal frontage. However, we really don't want to develop it and clear it and pave it or add something to it, but it might meet the criteria. And it's really just a question to whoever can answer that to see if it's similar to paper roads in the past that we've approved.
I can
And-
touch that to a degree if you'd like.
Yeah, please, Dan.
So what the board has done in the past and other properties, it varies by property depending on the situation, obviously, with the paper streets. But to avoid having to cut the whole thing out to show it, what we've done in the past and we're doing in this case as well, is we're providing access through one of the lots via an easement that goes through the lot and back across. So and the board has granted access and frontage to the use of easements in the past. So in essence, we're providing access through an easement so we don't have to cut the paper street. We certainly could go and do that, but that's not what we'd like to do.
Thank you, Dan. Any other questions on the board? Sarah, I'm sorry, go ahead, but you're muted, I think.
Okay, if I could just say, if you look, I understand what Dan's saying. We don't want to just go out and create roads just to provide frontage. But the whole point of the rear lot subdivision is that you're supposed to be able to show that you would be entitled to A&R endorsement. And you're just not in this particular case. And if you look at if you even just look at the GIS, if they were going to construct this proprietor's road in a way that it would qualify as frontage, first of all, they would have had to have done that prior to making their application. But second of all, the proprietor's road would have to connect to some sort of public road to provide legal and practical access. I don't even think it's providing legal access because it's dead ends at a property on Pondview at one end, and then it dead ends at another property, I think on Rachel Drive. So even if you were to construct it, I'm not really sure where it would go. And to be honest, we said we'd prefer that they not construct the proprietor's road, and they asked to be able to use it to just as part of their driveway. I mean, we'd prefer that proprietor's road stay completely undisturbed as it has for the rest of its length. That's all I have. Thank you.
I mean, I think that in the past we've approved these because we don't want super highways. We want more quaint lanes, and that opening this road up would damage that. And so I understand what you're saying, but I feel I'm not sure, but I feel that we've done this in the past, and it's a better alternative than opening up the lane to be a full road, in my opinion. Any other board members?
Dave, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I didn't press my hand. The screen's still up. I just want to ask a question for Dan, I guess. If Trip Drive went all the way to the proprietor's road, they'd just be able to do an A&R, right? If Trip Drive went all the way to the proprietor's road, they would be able to have this, they would be able to do an A&R subdivision.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, Trip driving all the way through would have frontage, a lot more frontage, and we
It's like, you only need 100 feet, right? Or is it 150? No, it's 100 for lug one, right?
Yeah, it's 100 feet. So if Trip Drive extended further in, then we wouldn't even be
To do anything. Yeah. And we've been, how long have we had the rear lot subdivision in now? 5 years? Something like that. It's like 4 or 5. as Dave said, it eliminates the need to be constructing roads that don't need to be really constructed for a couple of houses. Traditional ways to access properties like we used to do in Nantucket before we started building roads that no one wanted to see. And so this is sort of the last piece of the lug one from lug two down here that, you know, has benefited everyone. And this is the last piece. And nobody's clamoring for more zoning changes. I can tell you that down here, but this is this has provided a lot of positives for different local families. So I see this as just continuing what we've been doing with some of the paper streets that haven't been developed that could be in the whole Surfside area. There's quite a few. So in the easement issue, we did do some easement. We did a couple of real lots using an easement. Dan, I know we did one in Evergreen, but we don't need to do that in this particular case. This stuff unfortunately gets complicated, but in the end, it ends up looking like old Nantucket. It doesn't look like we've blown the place up and built roads that don't need to be built. And we haven't talked about the trip drive maintenance yet, which I'd like to talk about after this conversation.
Eliza's had her hand up for a while, so I'm going to go for her.
Oh, sorry about that. Didn't
No.
see.
Eliza, welcome. You may be muted.
Hi, thank you. Eliza Tripp here at Ford Trip Drive with my mom, Leona. I think Sarah Alger pretty much covered this, but unfortunately, this property just doesn't really have the frontage, you know, for another subdivision. And it's concerning to us if you do approve it, because we're just not sure legally where are you getting the frontage. This property didn't have it to begin with. It's not, the road isn't wide enough. There's so many more, you know, things to this that are really concerning for my mom, especially. And I think that it's something where this lot should stay as is and how it exists with no subdivision added.
Is that it, Eliza?
I think that Nat wanted to go into the homeowners association and stuff like that. So if we want to move forward with that, we can, but I think we are going to appeal this. It just doesn't have the frontage, you know? I mean, if you approve it, you know, it has potential for another 3 houses on this road. Right now, I think our road is currently 12 feet in width. An oil truck can't even pass right now, you know? So, and imagine adding 3 more homes where this house wasn't even, this lot size doesn't have the frontage. So how legally are we going to get it? It just doesn't make sense. You know, I think that's why Diane had such a hard time, you know, trying to sell this. It doesn't have the frontage.
I think we'll have to agree to disagree on that one, Eliza, but I think that you all have to remember is that there will not be, well, it's a private deed restriction, but you have the tools to ensure that there's only one house on each lot if this is approved through a private deed restriction. Or no, she's not part of that.
No, I think the restriction talks about single family use and does complement.
Oh, doesn't eliminate. Okay, so my bad there. But we appreciate your concern, and we do hear you, Eliza. But I think that if they wanted to push the issue, they would widen the road all the way down the road and create the frontage, and then get the subdivision. And I don't think that that's an outcome that you want. You want you want Trip Drive to remain that quaint little road that it is. I know I live just up the street. And I think that if you force the issue, then Trip Drive's gonna look actually a lot like my road, Falcon Road, which is way too wide and is like a super highway. So I that's my concern.
Dan, can I just through you, Mr. Oh, Barry, you got your hand up. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
I just one quick thing, Megan, can you just address the concern that Sarah Alger brought up, just from a planning perspective and from a staff perspective? I just want to be crystalline clear. And maybe
I really need to dive into some of those issues to articulate a response. I can't answer that on the fly. I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you.
Board members?
So, yeah, Mr. Chairman, just to go back to widths of roads and layouts, Trip Drive's a 40-foot layout. When Eliza brought up that it's narrow, well, that has nothing to do with whether they can fit a truck or more cars. You widen it, okay? You know, so I mean, that's all part of new things happening, which this really isn't a lot of change, okay? Especially if that deed restriction is enforceable between the owners. There could be buildings being built now with it in its current configuration with 2 acres and 7% ground cover. So essentially all this does is separate ownership of the land. It doesn't actually make more building. So the maintenance of that road, when you have a road like that, that's not type I asphalt, it's kind of sort of built the way it was built, whenever it was built, and been sort of left that way. It's good to have a solid understanding of, like, today's, if it was new, it would be completely different. But because it's existing, there's no reason that road can't remain the country feel the way they've always had it, with some improvements. I think that the neighbors need to reformulate that homeowners association in a way that they all understand that we don't want, what do they want it to look like? Do they want it to be a little wider? Do they want the brush cut back? Do they want more ground asphalt? What do they want to improve it without it becoming too improved versus the way it is now? I mean, it wasn't long ago, everything out there was dirt. It wasn't that long ago. There wasn't even cable in 1987. So, I mean, it's that we can't be afraid of one house. Okay. We have to, keep ourselves, in reality. So that road is 40 feet wide, meaning the layout, and there's no reason it can't be widened just a little bit more to pass and repass, or make turnout spots where a vehicle can pull over to wait for another vehicle and keep it nice and small and simple. So that's the kind of agreement and the kind of conversation that the homeowners association needs to have as it restarts, the future of that road. And any other development that happens down there from existing lots that have buildable land left on them. Okay, I guess that's it for me right now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Nat. Any other board members? Thoughts?
Mr. Chair, I was just reading through some of the restrictions, and I'm just curious, just reading through there, how it limits to one dwelling, and if we just pass this as a rear lot, it's in our purview, I believe, to put restrictions on it. I think we have done in the past with rear lots, whether we said the the one would be 2 buildings with a main and a tertiary, the other would be a secondary. The total ground cover wouldn't exceed the percentage. And I'm just looking for the future. Whatever we pass, obviously the association would still have rights to limit it to certain things. And I'm just wondering, should we kind of enforce that and under the conditions of the association, kind of secure that in our decision now, so that it's not falling on the burden of the homeowners, the other homeowners, in the association, to feel like they would have to bring litigation to try and limit it and enforce the association restrictions, if you follow what I'm saying. I don't know if that's something that we would consider or we can do or have the purview to do.
We have in the past. We've done, primary, secondary by tertiary standards. I think that there's a lot of options there.
And I realize that this is a lot of land. Each lot it's got a buildable 1 acre. These are not small lots, so they can support more buildings. It can, technically support your primary, secondary, tertiary shed. There could be multiples, but I'm just looking at one of the contentions right now from the other neighbors are the amount of development that's going to be happening and how many cars and on this little road. And if the homeowner association clearly has restrictions inside of it that they can enforce through the association, maybe we can kind of solidify that in our decision with restrictions, just for consideration.
No, and I think that the abutters need to tell us that, other than just saying no. They need to say, well, if you're going to do it, this is what's acceptable to us. Because just saying no sometimes really doesn't work in your favor. Dan?
I just had a couple of quick points. Put that hand down. Looking at Trip Drive in general, so there are 2 lots at the end, 12 and 14. All of the other lots between 12 and 14 and all the beginning lots, they've all subdivided already. So they're all 1 acre lots now. So everybody else, other than the last 2 lots, they've all done the subdivision. So I just want to make that clear so everybody knows that, yes, we might be 2 acres. We're subdividing into 2 1 acre lots, just like everybody else on the road is essentially done. In terms of the existing restriction, what it talks about is single family use. It doesn't talk about actual restrictions of numbers of dwellings or anything else. Because it contemplates and allows, it specifically states second dwellings in compliance with the zoning bylaw are allowed. So there isn't really much of an existing restriction on the property as long as it's for single family use. And then in terms of touching on density or number of buildings, so right now the property is serviced by septic systems. So we're semi-restricted on how many buildings we can put up anyway. For example, I would be quite surprised if either of these lots ever propose a tertiary dwelling. I don't believe there isn't septic capacity to support that number of buildings, even if we have the ground cover. So there's other things at play here that I know people may want to talk about restrictions, but I think there's other underlying regulations that are already putting those restrictions in place. That was it.
Does town water run down there yet? Dan?
No, it doesn't.
I thought I saw a condition saying that sewer would be installed. Am I dreaming
It
that?
says as it comes available. This area, there's going to be a gravity line on South Shore Road. There already is.
Yeah, there already is.
connected yet, but the problem is these lots over time, this is gonna be like 3M with water. It's gonna kind of trickle down. Somebody's gonna end up doing it. They're all gonna get together and pay for it. You know, for one way or another, sewer septic systems aren't free anymore. So, I mean, it's just God. I don't like saying the word creep, but it's not creep. It's just natural improvement, a little at a time. If there was sewer in South Shore Road that people could hook up to gravity, they would have done it 30 years ago. But that's never was there until now, unfortunately, and that's just how things are. But Dan, can I just ask you? I don't want to, like, you know, I'm not speaking for any reason other than just sort of trying to unwind some of this stuff. So, the road, the Trip Drive, okay. If that road went all the way down, the applicant would lose enough land. They wouldn't be able to have two 40,000 square foot lots if the road stayed 40 feet wide.
Right.
Okay. I can see that on paper without a calculator. Okay. Now that I'm looking at it a little more closely. So the existing, well, okay. So could the road be made smaller? Could it be a 20-foot road? I mean, we do that all the time, all over the different parts of the island over the years, but something that's already existing like that, they have different agreements with utility easements and property lines and so forth. So it probably couldn't be done. I mean, I don't know that. I'm just trying to explain to, you know, those who don't think there's frontage. Well, there could be frontage, but making real frontage for an A&R is worse than what they're proposing. Like, who would want to make this road that you don't need? Doesn't make sense to do that.
They could probably reclaim that on the paper road in the back, but that's beside the point.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody wants a 40-foot ride strip.
Yeah. I mean, that's the reason, you know, when this got brought in, I remember one of the other engineers on our meetings a lot said, this Nantucket did this years ago, we would have a lot less what we don't like to see because of that. It's unfortunate that we get into these situations, especially with local families. You know, I really wish this didn't happen. But
I could make it clear on the full frontage question. What the board has done in other properties is allowed frontage via easement.
Yeah.
That has happened. It's not something that's used often, but it has happened. And in this case here, we're not using necessarily to prove our frontage, but you could imply it that way. If there were a real debate on frontage, we could go out tomorrow and clear cut the entire proprietor's way, grade it, and say, here's our frontage, and it connects to Trip Drive via an easement, which is perfectly acceptable and done numerous times before. But that would, if we went down that path, now the condition about only using Trip Drive for a driveway might as well go away because we've just clear cut the whole thing.
Yeah. Which
is not what we want to do either. It's certainly not what the abutters want.
No. All right.
Billy, anyone else in the public?
Sarah Alger has her hand raised again, so I'm going to bring her back over.
Welcome back, Sarah.
Hi again. I'm sorry, I'm a bit of a yo-yo tonight, in and out. But I had my hand up before John Trudell spoke, and I really was going to say essentially what he said, which is if you're going to approve this, it would be appreciated if you would put some restrictions on it, say no commercial use, and restricted to single family residences and whatever number of buildings you want to approve on it. There's, some I think understandable concern. The property immediately to the south is a so-called single family dwelling that sleeps 22 people and is used, I think, as a bit of a venue. We don't want to see that creeping, as Nat would say, down the road. So, some reasonable limitation on use would be really appreciated. We obviously do not want to see, we don't even want to see the proprietor's road opened for the interior driveway access. So we certainly don't want to see them cut that all open to try to prove that they can get their frontage. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That's all. And also, yes, there are restrictions on single family dwelling use, but those are private restrictions. They'll go away in 30 years. And I think, what did someone say? 1997, we're practically there. So that's a concern too.
That's important right there. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So there's a 30-year on those? Is
All
that
private deed
factual?
restrictions
Okay.
go away in 30 years. In some limited cases, they can be extended, but you've got to meet certain criteria. It's not as easy as it's made out to be. So it would be great if it was part of the board's decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan,
Sam.
Megan, what's the action deadline? It's not in the staff report. It doesn't say exactly the date.
Sorry, it's 3
Sorry.
months from the last month's meeting, so that was, let me find a calendar, October, November,
So it's December or January?
mid-January. Unless it's further extended, which generally.
No, we don't need to go that far. I just wanted to know what the date was because it's not showing. All right, so I'm gonna go against my own thinking, my notes. I guess I should say my own general thinking. I want to propose that we continue this because there's just too many issues that are not necessarily issues, but they need to be cleaned up. And I think we need to get a little bit more, these restrictions that John brought up. I don't know what we can and can't do. I think Dan's point about septic and water is, that's true. You can't force them to run sewer line down the entire length of Trip Drive and water. I mean, they might as well just, that's millions to do that for one property owner. So I think that they got to wrap their heads around that there's going to be development on this lot, and then it's going to get subdivided. But what can we restrict versus what we can't through the beyond the sewer and issue?
And to piggyback,
that's just my thought right now.
No, Nat, I agree. And to piggyback on that, I think it's important that the abutters come to us with some reasonable restrictions that
can't talk about trucks and too many cars. We can't have that.
To come to us and say this, we know you don't like the subdivision, but oh my God, stop. Sorry, everyone. Jeez. If I was home, I'd
gotta mute.
Yeah. Oh, it's everywhere. But like I said, some reasonable restrictions, because I think you've heard that we're open to that.
Well, here's the part.
Just saying no is not an answer that's going to help you. You need
Go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
You go ahead, Dan.
No, what I wanted to add to John's point and to yours is to restrict now before sewer and water do come down there. because it's gonna happen someday. It will eventually be a gravity line probably on that road. I mean, it's hard to say that it will definitely, but it's possible. But what I'm saying is you want to get that restriction in now before it's easier to develop the 7% of each lot, is what I'm trying to say. And I think that's a fair point. I mean, we'll all be probably gone by the time that happens, but it's inevitable at some point that will happen.
Or Whale Street now?
We have our bet, 2050 on Blue Whale Street, right, Dave?
So, Mr. Chair, just to echo all discussions, I think number one, it was important to determine, to be consistent with the board about the proprietors, how we view rear lot subdivisions. And I think we made a good case that this is similar to what we've approved in the past. Knowing that, I think I would agree with Nat to continue to allow neighbors to really look at a practical way to look at restrictions and things that we can actually apply to it, and more in lines with something that was intended to be there from the provisions that were the association had wanted in the past. So I think it opens the door to have future discussion. So I would agree with Nat. I think continuance would be acceptable.
Right. So, oh my. Dan.
I just, I mean, I hear the board, and it certainly sounds like it's in our best interest to ask for a continuance. Just a couple of quick questions, really only one question, I think, so I can come back to the applicants and the owners and talk to them about what they'd consider. I did hear, I heard Sarah talking about restrictions of commercial use, and I don't anticipate that being a problem. I'm not sure on a log one how much commercial use is actually allowed anyways. So I don't see that being of any great concern. And I can certainly go back and talk to them from a density standpoint. I mean, yes, sewer will likely be available someday, whenever that might happen. So I can certainly talk to them about a possible dwelling count. I can certainly envision restricting tertiary dwellings. I don't expect that to be an issue, just based on what can be done here. But I just want to see if it's something along those lines, what people are considering. They can certainly talk to the abutters on Trip Drive and see if they have any other input as well.
You're on the right track, Dan.
I think so.
And you want to talk about, what do you want for a traveled way width? Forget about the layout. Like, do you want it? I mean, 16 feet is the narrowest for two cars to pass and repass. 14 is doable with shoulders that don't have boulders and rocks and curb and all sorts of stuff in the way. But that has to be, understood. A lot of people don't realize how wide some of the roads are, or not, or how not, wide they are. So, and what they want it to look like. Maintenance versus keeping things the way they are two different things. I think when you have agreements like we have with Squam and then some other areas, we have agreements with people to not fix stuff. I know that sounds ridiculous, but that's part of one of the reasons that we've struggled over the years with improving. A lot of people don't really want things improved. They might say it needs improving, but they really don't want it improved. So you have to kind of be a psychiatrist to be a planning board member in a lot of cases with these things. And so I think that needs to be added, Dan, with what do they want Trip Drive to be? They don't want it to really change. They want it to be a little bit better. Brush cutting, it's a little bit. I mean, people should be doing that on their own anyway. I do my road. It's you just got to do it. Just go out and cut bushes, but whatever. So, but again, that we've sort of reset the entire South Shore area when we changed to 1 acre. And that sewer line that runs down South Shore that never was there is a game-changing thing. But we can't require them to do that, and we shouldn't. That's crazy. But we should protect the neighbors now for what could happen if sewer does get brought down there. I kind of see this like, the 7% versus what you can build is a different story right now than what could happen in the future. When I say 7% ground cover, talking about.
Barry?
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna make a motion at this point that we continue this to our December meeting. I'm just gonna, yeah.
Great.
Sorry, Barry.
Second.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by John. Barry?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sorry, Barry, you called the question, kind of like town meeting.
I did. We could hypothesize a lot of things all night with that, but let's get some facts and let's get some ideas from the neighbors. That's it.
Perfect. On to Jeffrey and Jennifer Rosenthal at 7 Wrights Landing.
Ooh, we haven't had anything out there in a while.
Arthur's
For Chip Webster and Jeffrey Rosenthal. I know Arthur is the primary point person on this.
Thank you very much. Attorney Arthur Reed representing Jeff and Jennifer Rosenthal, who own the property at 7 Wrights Landing, Lot 4 on the Wrights Landing subdivision plan, as it was originally presented. The Wrights Landing subdivision, as some of you will recall, was done as a major residential development back at the time that was part of the bylaw, and over time, cluster subdivisions have progressed from originally being called cluster subdivisions and originally under the jurisdiction of the Board of Appeals rather than the Planning Board. And then we came in with major residential development. And subsequently that has been replaced by open space development as the terminology and the specific regulations in the bylaw that cover subdivisions of this type. This is located, as you know, out in Tom Nevers. It's it's lug 3 zoning. And in the special permit issued by the planning board for the major residential development, although the planning board had the power to reduce setback requirements, there was nothing in the decision that did that. There was a limitation to 2,000 square feet of ground cover, but nothing as to setbacks. My clients want to construct a new access to the basement of their house, a walkout that would enable walking out from the existing basement out into a deck or covered porch area that would then have stairs that would lead up to grade. And because of the layout of the property, and you have the plans that we submitted, the proposed plot plan and the existing conditions plan that was shown on the same sheet prepared by Hayes Engineering. The proposal is to come out to the left-hand side, the westerly side of the house, with the walkout area and with steps that are shown up to the rear. Now that gets into the setback of 20 feet, which is required in lug 3 zoning because there was no specific reduction in setbacks or establishment of setbacks in the original zoning decision. So the 20-foot side yard setback is applicable. Meanwhile, I would point out that the lots in lug 3, that undersized lots in lug 3, grandfathered lots in lug 3, are specifically allowed to have 10% side and rear yard setbacks under the bylaw, lots of record. And also in the open space development provisions in the bylaw today, the setbacks were established as being 10 feet for side and rear setback. So I think that that has been a recognition of the fact that in 20,000 square foot lots, that a 20-foot side and rear setback is a little bit unrealistic and a little bit more than should be required. And once again, the planning board has the power to waive these setbacks down to 0 in connection with a major residential development, or today with regard to an open space development. So we would be asking you to modify the existing special permit to reduce the side yard setback, as I say, down to 10 feet in order to allow this construction to take place on the westerly side of the property. I've noted that you have a number of letters from neighbors about this. And I would comment that one of the points that the neighbors are mentioning frequently in this correspondence is that there's the concept that we are increasing ground cover. There's no increase in ground cover taking place. The ground cover at the present time is under the 2,000. That's the limit that's been established in this subdivision. And what we're having by way of this deck area is not going to constitute ground cover, will not count as ground cover under the terms of the bylaw. And we're not changing the ground cover or in any way doing anything that would cause us to increase the ground cover over 2,000 square feet. And again, no such thing is proposed or asked for. We have my client, Jeff Rosenthal, on the line, and our architect, Chip Webster, also on the call. And they can address any questions along with me, particularly with regard to how this will look on the ground and with regard to any screening and the general appearance of what it will look like. So once again, we're asking for a waiver. There's been a waiver in the past of rear yard setback down to 10 feet involving a couple of lots, including this one. So we're asking for the side yard setback to be waived specifically for this proposal. We're not asking for a general waiver down to 10 feet, although perhaps that might be more appropriate in this subdivision, as has been established with regard to the present requirements in so-called open space subdivisions. But we're just asking for it to be waived in order to do this construction that we feel is appropriate and will not have any actual adverse effect upon anyone. And with that, again, we'll leave it open to you for questions.
Dave, you're on mute.
Who did that? John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did actually get a couple of calls from neighbors with concern about this, and it wasn't necessarily the ground cover that was the issue. It was really about the zoning setbacks as they are right now from 20 feet. They're just afraid. I know this is just one house, but if we grant this and reduce it to 10 feet, what's the sense of having the actual zoning was the comment, because then it opens it up to every neighbor, if they want to, can reduce their setback to 10 feet. And then if that's the case, then we should change the zoning. So the comment was there's a zone, zoning is in place for a reason. This is the setbacks. And then just thinking about that, it does have the implications that future meetings, whether it's R20, lug 3, lug 2, people will look at, because of convenience, let's reduce our setback and put a walk down. Because looking at this plan, I do see that, yeah, it's more aesthetically appropriate to put it on this side. And if I own the house, I would definitely try and put it on this side. But there are other options, putting it closer in between the driveway and the house. It's just a question of, can it be put somewhere else? More than likely, yes. Do we want to try because it's aesthetically pleasing and put it on the left? Absolutely. But we have to be really concerned about how we look at this and what we might do in the future to open this up to other people looking for relief for setbacks and other zoning issues as well. Thank you.
I mean, I'm going to jump in. I agree with John. I think that this decision could really change the look of this neighborhood, because as soon as we approve one, then we're going to approve more. And people make very large investments in these houses because they like the way the neighborhood looks. And if we approve something like this, I think it could change the whole look of the neighborhood. And that concerns me greatly. Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with you. I have designed these in the past. They're awesome. They're a great way to get, basement living to feel like you're on the first floor. They're fantastic, but I feel like this is going to set a bad precedent in the neighborhood. I feel like they're going to come in and say, hey, we have this foundation, it's all working. Well, now can we add on and can we do a first floor addition or something? And I really think it's going to set up a bad precedent. I understand what he's trying to do. If he was asking for a stairway, for egress, I would be more lenient, but I just feel this is, I don't want to say grandiose, but it seems a little bit too much. And then plus there's a limited amount of vegetation along that lot line. And I think once this goes in, it's going to be really wide open, where the beauty of a lot of this development is there is vegetation that divides all the houses and gives them privacy. And I think this may be a little too thin, and where, it's going to be like a wide open, go back to my comment when the 3Ms develop all that land, it was nothing but houses in the wide open space, and I just think it looked horrible. So I think we just got to really be careful about this. So I'm worried about this as being a little bit of a creep. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other board members? Need to open up a public hearing, correct? Is there anyone in the public, Meg?
Yeah, we have David Hendry, and I'm going to promote him, and then Louis Beerley, I believe it's pronounced.
Right. Before we did I cut any board member off? No. Okay, great. Welcome, Mr. Hendry. You may be muted. Hello?
Can you hear me now?
We can. Welcome.
Okay. Can you see me?
I can't, but you're welcome to turn your camera on.
Okay, let me turn this on. Well, it says I'm unable to access the camera, so I'll just go ahead and speak. I'm Dave Hendry, and my wife and I own the property to the west of the applicant's house. We're at 9 Wrights Landing, and so we abut on the east side. We're the east side of Butters. And so anyway, I wanted to address some of Mr. Reed's comments about particularly how they only want to reduce the setback to 10. They are basically entitled to set it to 0 if they choose to. That all is news to me. We purchased that lot. There were only 2 vacant lots at the time We purchased ours in 2012. We built our house starting in 2015 and completed it in 16. All the while, we maintained and abided by the deed restrictions that were in effect, which we believed were going to remain in effect throughout the duration, basically. So we installed a basement walk down. We put it on the back side of the house and again maintained the setback. So the way it's proposed right now, the handrail in this structure would be basically 10 feet from our property line, which we think is excessive. It's a well that is 10 to 12 feet wide and runs the entire depth of the house of 32 feet. So we believe it's pretty excessive. And again, we think it's going to set a precedence for future variances to the setback, which would diminish our property value, we believe. So anyway, we object strongly to this expansion. We don't object to building out a basement. We completed ours a year or two ago. We support that kind of project, but we think that there's better options. If they want to put a well, put it on the back side of the house. It doesn't impact anybody. Nobody will see it. So that's where we're coming from. We just really don't believe that this is good for the neighborhood, and we think it's going to material change. The intent of the cluster subdivision that was established in 1998, more than 25 years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Hendry. Billy, do we have anyone else?
Yes, I'm promoting Louis Beerley.
All right. Welcome, Mr. Beerley.
Thank you very much, and good evening. My name is Lou Byron. My wife and I are directly west abutters of the applicant's property. And I think it's been stated, so I'll be brief, but I do believe that, when my wife and I bought this property, it was attractive to us because it was far away and there was space between the houses. There's 11 half-acre lots there, and it does have a uniqueness and character. And the restrictions originally were very stringent. But this setback variance, I think, will, in that regard, set a precedent that may lead to, and as far as precedents go, it's probably been proven that it'll change the uniqueness and character. So, and I stated these opinions in my letter to the board dated 11/6. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another, Billy? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up. Arthur?
If I can respond to some of the comments, particularly by the board. Again, we're not asking for anyone to change the zoning or change zoning requirements. You have the power under the terms of a major residential development, as you do today under an open space development, to establish the setbacks. I mean, it's recognized that the character of a cluster subdivision lot, which is much smaller than a conventional lot in a subdivision in the same zone, should have different zoning requirements, should have the ability to have different dimensional requirements than a full-size lot. The overall benefit to the community from the cluster subdivision, with the open space being created, provides a counterweight to any concept that this would increase any type of intensity. As you know, you don't have the power to grant variances. We're not asking for a variance. We're asking you simply to waive the setback, to reduce the setback, not to waive it strictly speaking, but to reduce it down to 10 feet, which once again is what is established at the present time for an open space subdivision, which is what this would have been if it came into you today. We're not we're asking only for this one lot. And we can also provide to you, and Chip can discuss this along with my client, how the additional screening could be provided in order to make the visual separation of this from view from the street or from the neighbor more robust than it otherwise would be. We're not coming out actually to 10 feet from the line. We're coming out to approximately 15 feet from the lot line if we go forward with the proposal as we have before you. So I think that you should consider whether it really is fair and appropriate to require a 20-foot setback in a situation where we're dealing with a 20,000 square foot lot, having much more in common with lots in 20,000 square foot zoning, or lots that are in the status of being pre-existing non-conforming lots in Lug 3 zoning. Then is the situation here where you have, I think the planning board simply overlooked the point back in, what was it, 97, I think, when the subdivision was originally approved, in terms of the need to establish reasonable setback requirements rather than going by the really inapplicable ones that would apply generally in the zone. And I would like to ask Chip to come on and specifically discuss how the screening could be handled.
Okay, thank you, Arthur. Welcome, Chip.
You muted, Chip.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant. Can I share my screen to show a sketch? It
You
looks like
should have that enabled. Is it not working?
it looks like it is. Okay. Tell me if this came up all right.
Nope.
So you can see on the top we have some site photographs, and there is existing well-grown vegetation on that west side that we would absolutely maintain or replace any of it if any of it got damaged. But on the drawings beneath, on the right-hand side, you can see the intended walkout with a handrail on it, which is what we had created initially. When we saw the concerns of the neighbors, we created a second alternative, which is on the left-hand side, which would be an invisible fence within a vegetated zone around the walkout. So you can see on the left-hand side with the vegetation and a visible fence in it, you don't see it at all. Also, I want to point out that there's no intent to build anything above grade, say an addition or a deck or a porch or anything. This is really just to get access into the basement space. So in summary, I think we could offer this guarantee of maintaining the vegetation and using a invisible fence in a vegetative situation similar to the left-hand side to mitigate any visibility concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip. Barry.
Yeah, just for you to either Arthur or Chip, can you give me the dimensions of what that is that you're planning on doing? Because it seems like, yeah.
Yeah, so it's as currently designed, it comes out, let me just, maybe I'll reshare the screen.
Please.
And walk you through it. Okay, let me just see if I can draw on this. Maybe not. Okay, right here, it comes out 10 feet from the side. There's a small jog on the rear of the house where the house jogs in, and at that point it would be 12. And it's the length of the side of the house, which I believe is about 30.
30, so we're going to say...
call it 11 by 30 approximately. An average
11 by 30. Okay.
Approximately, yeah.
All right.
Now I wonder if, hold on, let me try one other thing, which is to see if I can pull up the drawing that the surveyor created, which it shows it in plan. Let me just pull this up. Okay, great. Share screen again. Okay, let me know if this came up all right.
Yep. Yeah.
So you can see on the right-hand drawing that because of the angle of the side of lot 5, and as it flares away as you get to the rear, the proposed walkout gets further from the side setback. I think at that point in the rear, I'm not 100% certain, but I think it was 16 feet in that backside. Now, so hopefully that helps illustrate it.
Okay.
So might I add something as the owner? I've just got something, if it's okay with the board.
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say, and Chip, maybe you can leave that open up there.
Yeah.
The entire area, that's in the box on the left side that we don't plan to build the egress. It's heavily vegetated. And in fact, there's also an equal amount of space on the other side of the property line that's heavily vegetated, and you can't see between the properties. The Hendrys have their driveway, and they park and drive cars and stuff like that, and it's not something we ever see. The active use of their driveway, because we can't see it because of all the vegetation. Another option that we have. And by the way, especially with Chip's plan to kind of put the vegetation over the fence, and then all we're doing is essentially lowering the ground so we can get out of the basement. This would be completely invisible to everybody. So I hear about changing the uniqueness and character of the neighborhood and precedent, and it wouldn't change anything because nobody would see it, nor would the area be used. But the other thing that we could add is, so we have a swimming pool. And when the pool was built, the Hendrys also have a swimming pool. When the pool was built, a fence was put, a wire fence along the property line on the left side of this picture, right in the middle of the 20-foot no disturb barrier. That fence, to the extent the Hendrys are concerned that, well, they're going to see, I think his words were, a handrail 10 feet from the property line. We don't have to build a handrail at all. 10 feet from the property line, we could just extend the wire fence. Frankly, it's impossible to see right now. We could extend the wire fence all the way along the property line to the front of our house, and therefore it's even more invisible. Our intention is not to disturb the character of the neighborhood. Like I said, nobody could see it. A wire fence in the middle of the property line would be even more invisible. And in terms of precedent, we're perfectly happy with the restriction saying that the ability to go into the 20-foot setback for the waiver is solely for the purposes of sinking our ground so that we have egress to the basement and for no other purpose. There's reasons why the other sides of the house may not be practical, including the existence of the swimming pool. Chip can get into that. I don't know that it's something we need to now, but this is really the side that not only is desirable, but is practical to get this done.
Great. Thank you. John.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to point out, this isn't necessarily just an egress. This is 10 feet to 12 feet wide by 32 feet. You're looking at about 320 to 384 square feet of, what I say, subterranean patio. I know Arthur stated we have the power. Doesn't mean that we should use our power. Again, it's my opinion, and also just hearing from the objections from not only the two neighbors that have appeared, but other neighbors. I think it's a bad precedent, and there's, if the neighbor wanted to do that on the other side, now you're 10 feet, you're 20 feet closer to each other because you're removing, you're adding another 10 feet clearance to that. So then if it's going to be used as another area walkout, whether it's light coming into the basement or stepping out in that patio area, then it could be recreational where there's going to be a seating area that creates noise. I mean, there's a lot of things that can come out of this. It's purely not just for egress, because if it was, it would be roughly about 14 feet long for the depth of about an 8-foot ceiling by about 4 feet wide. And that would give you your practical egress to get in there for your finished basement. This is just excessive. And I think, again, hearing from the neighbors, setting a precedent, you haven't convinced me. And even though we have the power to, it doesn't mean that we should. So I'm not really in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with what John just said. This is going to be a subterranean patio, but what this plan doesn't show is the line of this existing vegetation. It doesn't show the neighbor's driveway. And I think when you put this in, you're going to remove a lot of that vegetation, or you're going to, even if you want to have access around that. As far as the wire fence, I cannot see the ACC allowing wire fence on this subterranean pit, but that's for them to decide. Yeah, there's just a lot of things missing, and I'm really not feeling comfortable with this right now. There's a lot of parts missing to this puzzle. So right now I'm not in favor of it.
Great, thank you. Barry.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to have the dimensions restated of this. I mean, I could see if it was a very modest and small walkout that was being proposed, but this runs the entire length of the house at better than 10 feet, which raises some concerns, especially in light of the fact too that, again, kind of the law of unintended consequences. If we do this for one, they will guarantee to be more people asking for the same thing, and that is going to be a tougher bar to have to start dealing with in terms of yay or nay, in terms of allowing them or denying them in the process. So, I mean, if I could see if there were no other means of egress as well, but I have to concur with my colleagues at this point, is that in its current iteration, it's pretty big, and in terms of what you're trying to accomplish here. And like I said, the overall of what the neighborhood would wind up doing in regards to starting to set precedent for changes to setbacks. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone in the public, Billy?
No, there are no more hands raised.
Okay, pleasure of the board.
Make a motion at this point. We close the public hearing.
Second.
Made by Joe. I'm sorry, made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. As for the merits, gentlemen.
I'm just having a little problem with this. I don't think it's a bad precedent. I mean, listen, maybe town meeting come in with a whole zoning change for R20, but right now I just don't feel comfortable making this change. It's just like everyone said, it's a bad precedent, and sounds like the neighborhood's not for this. So
it does.
I think we need to make a motion not to approve.
I'll second that. That's a motion, John.
Well, we can't just let it go without a vote.
No. All right, so motion made by John, seconded by Joe. John.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Barry, you had a finger up.
I did have a finger up. Do you want to with the horses already running out of the gate?
I know. I was hoping that Arthur was gonna withdraw.
I actually waited for that, gave a little hesitation, hearing none or seeing none. I had to proceed with some kind of vote.
Right.
Okay,
I
so
understand.
we got to do it now. We're in it.
Yeah, we're into it. So I'm going to say no at this point. I'm not
Okay.
in favor.
All right.
That
So
would be a positive.
that's an
to me.
aye,
I'm
right?
sorry. So aye. Thank you.
Aye for the motion.
Yeah.
Nat,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Sorry, gentlemen.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Good night. Okay. Monica Flagg, trustee, 6 Exeter nominee trust, 6 Exeter Street.
Billy, can you bring over Paul Santos and Linda Williams? You don't have to promote to panelist because she doesn't turn her camera on, so you could just hit allow to speak. Just from, I mean, I've done it a time or two before, so.
So do you hear both? Are both of us here?
Yes, I'm here. Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors.
Who would like to introduce this to us?
Well, I think it's pretty straightforward. I'm going over your recommendations here if I can find them in this mess. It's a request for, you already did the tertiary dwelling earlier this evening, I take it. And now it's a request for a second driveway cut. We do not, I don't know why it says it, they didn't look at the right plan, but the right plan is in your packet. We are not seeking a waiver to back out. We have plenty of room on the property to turn around. We are not seeking that. We're just seeking a second driveway cut. As you've done for many of the properties out there on the ABC lots in Tom Nevers, because some of these lots are long and narrow, and they're bordered by, almost all of them on that side are bordered by 2 streets. There's one on one side, Dartmouth, and one on the other side. And the main driveway to the primary dwelling, which was built, I don't know, almost 30 years ago, I guess, is on one side, and the secondary is on the other side. So if you look at the map, you will see that the tertiary and the secondary are coming in off of Dartmouth Street. The primary is coming off of Exeter. And also, if you look at some of the aerials that we put in, there were several curb cuts on this property over time, multiples at the same time. We're just seeking 2. Stuart is on the call also, I believe. And we're keeping the one off of Exeter for the primary, and we're doing the secondary and tertiary off of Dartmouth Street. They're quite significantly far apart, the primary and secondary. And pretty much why we're here, I'm going to turn it over to Paul. That's his plan.
Sure. Thank you, Linda. For the record, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors. So the plan that you currently see being displayed depicts the property, which is located on both Exeter Street and Dartmouth Street. The driveway and Exeter Street is existing and services the original single-family dwelling. In 2002 or 2003, the smaller home closest to Dartmouth Street was constructed and approved as a secondary dwelling. As part of that secondary dwelling approval, the planning board stated in their approval that the second curb cut access would not be allowed without further relief from the board. And in fact, it reads as there shall be no access from Dartmouth Street to the subject property without a special permit, hearing, and approval. That has never been obtained. That's why we're here with you tonight. If you'll notice, we are showing a proposed driveway which will service the secondary dwelling, 2 spaces, and service the proposed tertiary dwelling, which was approved earlier at tonight's meeting, which is closer to Exeter Street. And that would have 2 spaces. That would be a consolidated driveway with spaces that would be able to be entered, backed out, and then come out headfirst onto Dartmouth Street. This larger, what's been used over the years, this gravel area here would then be eliminated. Obviously the driveway on Exeter Street, that has a apron, because that section up until about where this driveway is paved. The driveway on Dartmouth Street is currently unpaved, so we're proposing just a gravel or shell drive into service the secondary dwelling and the tertiary dwelling. As Linda had mentioned, there was mention in the staff report about not providing a turnaround, but this does provide a turnaround. The turnarounds are required in the lug. The lug zones, this is in a lug 3 zoning district. You also have in your packet opposition letter from a group of residents, and then a single letter in opposition from one of the direct abutters. There is also some photos that were submitted with that, and that objection to this application has to do with the fact of there are some vehicles being stored to the south of this existing drive, what will be the proposed drive, along Dartmouth Street. Stuart Flegg, who one of the property owners, is on the call, and the indication was that that issue would be rectified, and then that those trucks and storage and so forth would be removed from the Dartmouth Street frontage. Happy to answer any questions that the board may have. I know Linda's here, and then also Stuart is on, I believe, also with the ability to potentially be brought on as a panelist. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think besides letters to our board, pictures, and also conversations from neighbors that have actually called and I've spoken to, they don't really object to the second curb cut. That's not really their issue. What they were stating was that there were multiple curb cuts already that were obviously illegal, and they just kind of appear throughout the years. And then when you look at that, unauthorized curb cut, you see, vehicles that are maybe not registered. They're just looking, like they're just abandoned on the property. So I think no one would be opposed if we actually solidified and gave these 2 curb cuts, and then had the vehicles removed or disposed of, and then any previous curb cuts that were just kind of there get eliminated. So I think the neighbors are just saying, great, let's solidify this, make it legal. We're not objecting to 2 curb cuts. We just don't want 4, or we don't want a junkyard. So I think they were just looking for really clarification and cleaning up this and making it legal. So that's what I gathered. The people that I had spoke to said, we don't want to cause a problem. We want to be good neighbors, but there shouldn't be 2 or 3 or even 4 curb cuts just because on paper we approve 2. There really should be 2. And I think when you have, we've done this in the past, especially if we have a covenant house or a second dwelling, to have that second curb cut more for kind of privacy with separate, even though it's on the same lot, creating that separate driveway. It's a kind of nice feeling to have that private separation from the main house. So I think, not to be redundant, but they're not objecting to that. They're just objecting to what's been there, what we're approving, and trying to just clean up the area a little. Thank you.
Great. Anybody else? Oh, I didn't see your hand up. Joe.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard a lot of the same concerns. I kind of wish he had, known he was coming in, if he couldn't take care of some of the stuff and slowly did a slow cleanup. I don't think they're really opposed to the 2 curb cuts, but it is about the status of the site, and I would hate to give an approval and not have it cleaned up. So I kind of like him to, see if you couldn't clean up the lot first. It'd be kind of nice and neighborly if you could do that first. So thank you.
Great. I'm gonna jump in, and I've heard a lot of the same things. I think that, I don't have a problem with the curb cut. I think that, tall fences make good neighbors, right? So I think some screening might be appropriate here. And I think that you'd be doing yourself a favor, Stuart, if you did it, because then you wouldn't have to hear all the feedback. I think that's really more the issue than the curb cut. Linda.
I think closing off one of the offending curb cuts on Dartmouth that looks straight into some of this, it will help. Screening will take care of a lot of that. I question whether the planning board should get involved with anything interior of the lot when it comes to a second curb cut that feeds 2 other structures. If he has to clean it up, he'll clean it up. But I don't think that should be anything to do with the curb cut.
Linda, these are suggestions. We're not.
Oh, he's getting it.
Yeah, these are suggestions. We're not basing his curb cut on anything other than whether he has a right to have a curb cut and it's appropriate. But we're just trying to give him some helpful suggestions.
But I also think that if we cut off the one to the west, I think of the one that we're asking for on Dartmouth, I think that'll take off some of the impact.
Put in some hedges. But yes, I think that will definitely help.
I just got a text from Stuart. He's having trouble getting on. He said already some of the things have been cleaned up. The rest of the cars are legal and licensed. But he's working on it.
Billy, if the panelist promotion isn't going through, can you just enable the speaking? You may have an easier time doing that. Thank
Welcome,
you.
Stuart. You made it on. You might be muted though. We still can't hear you.
Unless you spend your life on Zoom, it's very difficult to figure out how to
find your
work it.
mute button?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now. Welcome,
Hey.
Stuart.
Yeah, I'm quite happy to clean that site out. All those cars are legal, but they'll be gone. And I'll block the access to that parking area.
Yeah. And like I said to Linda, these are suggestions. We're not basing our decision on your curb cut over that. We're just trying to help you out here with some suggestions. So.
Okay.
Great. Linda, or is your hand just up?
No, I'll take my hand down now.
Linda, I'm surprised that your name isn't in all caps.
I know, that's true.
It's in
Even the
bold.
small L and W.
I know.
It's in
Should
bold
be at
letters.
least 2 capitals.
Oh, it's little letters. About that.
Matt, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I just want to I went out there today. I've been to his houses before, but I couldn't look at it from the same lens, in my mind until I actually walked it with him and looked at things. First of all, the tertiary location is a perfect spot. The way they're setting up the driveway that's already there for the secondary dwelling to tie in is good. It's going to be just right for this. I mean, but I just want to I have to throw my historic sort of mindset into this. And, there isn't this, we talk about, short-term rentals, for the last 3.5 years. What about people that go to work in the morning? They have to have a little storage. They have to have places to put things. You hear Val talk about stuff. Stuff's got to go somewhere. Well, Stu's lot being the way it is on both sides of fronting on 2 streets, which is really unusual, but not out there. it's been built over time, and it's, he's got a pretty good plan to reconfigure that fence within the road, inside the road layout, so people can still pull over, which they do, to let another car go by, because Dartmouth is really narrow right there. So they're using his little spot to pull over, wait for somebody else to come by. So it's kind of convenient for everyone, even though no one's going to say that. So I'm going to throw that in. And, he's got a good plan to hide that stuff. And, it's just the way things ended up. Everybody's got stuff. So I'm not concerned about it. I think Stuart's going to take care of that. And I'm more concerned with the way that the current driveways aren't being expanded. They're just being expanded on the interior, but it's not bigger than it already is now. So I think that's a good plan for that to happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Nat. We have anyone else in the public, Billy?
Yes, Cliff Mulcahy has his hand raised. I'm going to promote him right now.
Hey, Cliff, welcome. Oh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the matter. John Trudell was right. There's no objection to a second curb cut because there exists a second curb cut already. The objection is to the illegal curb cut that's there. And I know that it's easy to say that Stewart will just clean up the area, but we've been fighting this for 10 years. Going to Marcus Silverstein of the zoning board, asking for them to exercise zoning enforcement, and it's not necessarily interior. It borders directly on the road. And if I can I share my screen?
Yep.
Okay, can you see the aerial shot right there?
Yes.
Yeah, so that where the red line is, that's directly on Dartmouth Road. And these photographs were taken this summer, which is a pretty typical representation of what that property looks like. There are cars cycle in and out of the spot, and we think they might be owned by clients of Stewart that he's holding temporarily while their house might be rented. They need to get the car off the property. At one point, I counted 3 boats, 5 boat trailers, 4 cars, 3 construction vans, and construction debris on the site. So it seems sort of flippantly to say that, well, Stewart can just tidy up the mess and we'll all be happy with this. That has not been his behavior or his history. Zoning has not enforced its regulations on this spot. And we fear that as soon as this approval goes in for the second curb cut for the tertiary dwelling, nothing will happen to this spot. And I understand people need stuff, but look at these pictures. This is way more than stuff. And if there's somehow we can make it conditional upon the removal of all the debris and the insertion of plantings or other items that would prevent a relapse of the Dartmouth dump, which it's been called derisively by the neighbors. And the letter that was sent on November 7th was sent by 7 homeowners. This is a level of neighborhood frustration with this situation that we fear will exist unless the planning board makes it conditional upon removal of this debris and cars and then some plantings to prevent the recurrence of it.
Thank you. I don't think it's in our purview, to be honest with you, to make this conditional. Megan?
So it absolutely is within your purview. If you wouldn't mind to let me share my screen, if you could unshare. This is one of the items that Mr. Flegg is actually under zoning enforcement action for. So there has been notice sent, and as a part of the process to remedy that zoning enforcement action, that's why he's before you today with a special permit. But there is a provision in the bylaw detailing that the parking upon a lot must be located entirely within the delineated parking area. So you cannot park vehicles on the grass or haphazardly wherever you so may choose. So that is why in the staff report, it's a recommended condition of granting this special permit. It actually is a regulation within our zoning bylaw.
Okay, but
Mr. Chairman, can I clarify that space that's being shown? That is the space that's getting cut off
okay.
and removed.
All right. Thank you, Linda.
I can't.
Zoning enforcement isn't under our purview, Linda, is it?
No.
Zoning
Megan.
Zoning enforcement is not. However, this is absolutely within your purview to have this be remedied as a part of granting the special permit for the second driveway access.
Perfect. All right, then that will happen.
And Mr. Chairman, I believe that's part of what staff has recommended and what we're putting on the table and what the plot plan show, the site plan shows, is that area that has been there since 20 or 30 years is going away in favor of the special permit for the access for the other two structures. That space has been the thorn in their side for a while, but it was there even before the houses were built. You can look at it in 1998. You can see some of this stuff. So that's going away as part of this application.
Thank you, Linda.
Chair, if I could, that space where Mr. Flegg has those vehicles was cut in 2014. Before that, it was a walking path to the property. It was not of the size and scope that of it is now.
Okay.
No, it's not, but it was on the aerials back in the day.
Linda, let's slow our roll, please. Okay, great. Do we have anyone else in the public, Meg?
No other hands are raised. Sorry for Megan.
Sorry. I'm not seeing anyone, but I would actually recommend clarifying that suggested condition by attaching it to a date. So whether it be tied to the issuance of a building permit or a CO, I'm not sure what makes the most sense, but I think it's important to have some sort of timeline attached to cleaning those vehicles up and getting them removed from the side of the street.
I would say before building permit.
Before the building permit.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Anybody else? John, you look like you want to say something.
I was just going to, well, nobody, I was waiting for someone to speak, but no, I just want to, in summary, I think everyone's kind of getting what they want. We're cleaning up the site. We're getting 2 legal curb cuts. We're closing off. We're having it, the vehicles parked in the delineated areas, and we're giving a timeline to clean it up before the building permit. So I think, when we think about these decisions, what is the applicant looking for? What are the neighbors looking for to get out of it? And I think, maybe I'm wrong, that we've addressed all this and we've helped kind of people to steer, in the right direction with a timetable. So if that is true, then I'm okay with this as it's written with the conditions.
I agree with you, John.
I'll second that.
Well, I didn't make the decision to close the public hearing. So if there's no one else,
there's no one's got a hand up, yeah,
then I will make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second that.
Motion made by John, seconded by Joe. John.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Nat. Nat's doing his homework. Nat.
Sorry. Aye. Sorry.
And I'm an aye as well.
And with Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve with the 3 findings and the conditions also with the added timetable to have the site, I guess, cleaned or vehicles moved prior to the issuance of a building permit.
And I'll second that with an apology to Mr. Trudell for hooking him twice.
Motion made by John, seconded by Joe. John.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Nathaniel.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right. A little early to be on our last one, guys. Maybe we should
No.
Don't you dare.
Don't say it. Don't finish that sentence, Dave.
Don't you dare.
2 Marianne Drive LLC, 2 Marianne Drive. Linda, would you like to let us know what's going on
Yeah,
here?
we've been working with Megan on this for a while. It's basically a reorganization of the interior space of Dr. Pavi's, who's a dentist here and a dental surgeon. On 2 Marianne, you may all remember this building when it was built by Bill McGuire as his architectural office, and then it became the framing shop. And then Dr. Pavi bought it some years ago and converted it into her dental shop. She's had a ZBA permit, but the overriding permit was from the planning board, the more recent permit. And she just wants to reorganize some of the interior space, put the staff room down in the basement, take the apartment out of the basement. Put I believe some of the lab work down in the basement, storage down in the basement, and put a couple of other rooms up on the second floor where they currently have the staff room and storage. So she can spread the people out. She still can't book any more than what she can handle because she's one person with a hygienist. So that's pretty much the story, is to get everybody off the couch and out of the very small waiting room. I know, because she's my dentist, and move them into their room so they can be separated from each other. She also has been doing a community service by doing all the COVID testing during COVID. So people can actually get tested that day and get the results that day. So she's done that as a public service for 4 years, or 3.5 years. So that's pretty much where we are at the moment. And I'm pretty sure Megan can probably add some more to this story.
Yeah, so there's 2 more components to this request. The first being the initial decision specified the material of the driveway apron to be asphalt. I think the applicant prefers to install Belgian block. As far as the zoning bylaw is concerned, generally we don't get into material issues as so long as it's impervious. So they're requesting to strike that condition so long as they comply with the impervious requirement of the bylaw. And the second component of the request is the reorganization of the office space going to the upstairs and the getting rid of some of the ancillary office space that was in the upstairs triggers the need for 1 additional parking space based on the parking calculations under the bylaw. It's physically impossible to add 1 more space onto the site, but the waiver is required to allow this modification to move forward.
And we're removing the apartment in the basement, which takes out a space also. So there's sort of as we move the space around, it sort of moves the parking requirements around and reduces them and then adds 1. But any office space is under the bylaw ancillary without requiring a parking space because it's ancillary to the business. But the apartment's gone.
Right. So the apartment required 1. The extension of the commercial use requires 2. So you're eliminating the need for 1 by eliminating the apartment, but you're now requiring 2. So it's a net increase of 1 required parking space.
I think I have PTSD from the last time we did this property.
That was a long time ago.
It wasn't that long ago if I was on the board.
You were a newbie.
I'm still a newbie. Yeah. Do we have anyone in the public that wants to speak to this?
Yes, Art Gasparo, I'm promoting him now.
And I'd like to respond to what Art's going to say because I had a conversation with him after he's done.
maybe Linda. Welcome, Art.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to briefly address the board. As you, I think, all are aware, because it really wasn't all that long ago, prior to this applicant purchasing the property, it raised concerns with the use related to traffic congestion at such close proximity to the bike path in the corner and the mailboxes. And it is extremely congested, to say the least, at that spot. I'm not necessarily opposed to the request, but I would like the board to hopefully put some reasonable conditions on. And the last time that I was before you, I essentially dropped my opposition on the basis the discussion was that there would be a condition that there would be no on-street parking associated with the commercial use. When the decision finally came out after the public hearing was closed, that condition wasn't included. And so I'm again here to ask the board to include a condition that they don't park on the street associated with the business. Employees park on the street, customers waiting, dropping off people park in the street. It's a private road, and right at the beginning of the road, there's other buildings that don't, residential users that don't have enough parking that park in the street. And the conflicts that happen are very dangerous. And the situation without having that condition, what it was said to me, and I know certain board members say this when concerns are raised, well, we can always request to reopen the public hearing. The problem is that's a very high bar. People don't want to come in and ask you to reopen public hearings and take people's permits away. So I think it's important to put that condition in now. I also think without that condition, what exactly would you be coming in and raising a concern with to the board? I think that the purview of the planning board is traffic safety, and impacts on the neighborhood. The limited parking there, what happens is because the parking lot is full, people then all go down and turn around, drop people off and turn around in other people's driveways. How fair is that, right? If we're going to properly plan this, they have to have enough parking. And I understand the uses there. I understand the physical limitations, but at least if there was a condition here, the operator needs to better manage the parking. If they have to go pick up employees, not every person can drive their own car there. They have to manage it. Right now, there's no incentive without at least a condition from the board to limit or really prohibit the off-site parking. And I don't think it's good planning to have a commercial business that causes people in cars turning around in other people's driveways and parking all up and down, the road. So, while they call this a reorganization, they're essentially establishing other exam rooms. And right now it might only be one dentist, but we all go to the dentist. You know what it's like. You're going to have more people being dropped off and picked up. Again, I understand the use. I'm not here to ask you to deny it. I'm asking the board to please put a condition in the decision that there be no on-street parking associated with commercial use. Also, I think you need a revised plan. I've never understood how you have a medical facility without an ADA space. So you really don't even have as much parking as they're claiming. So even more parking needs to be waived. The apron never got built. So they're here asking for a different apron. But again, they never even put it in, but it doesn't really matter because what I was going to do, come in and tell you, oh, they didn't do that. But I think you got to get a plan. The improvements need to be made that were required prior to doing this. And I think that it's fully within the purview of the board to require that. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. Board members?
I have my hand up before you go that far, Mr. Chairman.
Say hand, Linda, but since no board members are biting, it's yours.
I did check with Dr. Pavi today. A lot of the parking on the street is not involved with her. She does keep an eye on it. What that parking, and she can't take any more patients at a time than she has now. It's the house next door, I think probably between us and Arts, has maybe 10 to 15 people living in it, and they obviously don't have enough parking spaces. They have work trucks, they have everything else, and they're parked all over that street. So she's not taking responsibility for that. She has approached Pat, who owns a vacant lot across the street, multiple times. She's going to approach her again to see if she can lease any space in case, if
Yeah.
she will do it, that'll take care of anything that is upsetting Art. We don't have a problem with that condition being put in there, by the way. But otherwise, she can only do so much as one person in there. She's not putting another professional in there. It's her and the hygienist and the staff. And that's about it. And she has, in case you hadn't looked at the decision that I included with the application, there are 15 conditions. She knows she has to put the apron in. She didn't want to do asphalt, and she wanted to do Belgian block because we have Belgian block runners in there delineating the parking spaces anyway, running perpendicular. So as soon as we get through this, she's more than happy to set up a time to put the asphalt in immediately. That's not a problem. So I just, we understand the problems with the street. She's impacted by the problems with the street as well, because when someone who's not involved with her business parks across the street, makes it even more difficult to get out of her parking. But we don't have any control over what other people do next door. So we appreciate what Art has said. She's very well aware of it. Everybody does have NRTA passes. She got a bike rack, which we were required to put in the last time. So I think we're doing the best we can over there, but there aren't going to be any more people booked per hour than there are right this second. She's just spreading them out so we're not all sitting on the couch together or standing in the room on plastic chairs.
Thank you, Linda. Board members?
Yeah, I just have a problem with the ADA stuff. I'd like that to be verified.
Agreed.
I can't do that sitting right here. I can do it, down the road. I'm going to have to deal with it because of the second floor use. So I'll probably have to go to the AAB to get a waiver. Anyway.
Oh, God. You got no problem with our request. And the property across the street that she's mentioned, I mean, this is sounding like Kitty's 10 years ago, searching for a place to go, and then all of a sudden there's plenty of places across the street. That's not a big deal. They should definitely have something in there about employees parking. No employee should be parking in the street there. I mean, that's a totally different situation than people picking up and dropping off and sitting in the car waiting for somebody or something like that. But that's it, really.
Barry, did you consider your hand? You're good. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is tough. This was tough when we originally approved this business there. So I think the no ADA is a concern. I mean, no on-street parking is a no-brainer. I would encourage Linda for you to have your client really aggressively try to secure that parking or some sort of parking across the street.
Yeah, we talked about it again today.
But it is what it is. I mean, we can't create more dirt, as Nat would say. Anyone else but Art in the public? Billy?
No other hands are raised.
What are we thinking?
Thinking, make a motion to close the
Close.
public hearing.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Right, motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
I'm an aye as well.
Make a motion at this point is that we approve the application as submitted with findings and conditions as delineated by staff.
We also want to add Art's amendment.
Yeah.
So we don't
Which is,
leave that
go
out
ahead.
for the second time.
Well, go ahead. What was it? Just repeat that back to me.
Yeah,
John.
just no off-street parking
For employees.
On-street parking. On-street parking.
Sorry, on-street.
On street. Yeah.
I think period.
If the board's all good with that, then we'll include that in.
Yep.
And I I would like to further look at the ADA issue. I mean, if you get a waiver, great, but
Well, not only parking and the surfaces. I want those
Yeah.
all.
the surfaces and
Yeah.
then if they've
That's
got
a
a room
building
up,
department, Mr. Chairman, that's a bit strictly a building department issue, not a planning board issue. I have to deal with it with Paul when I change the use. He's gonna come after me for it then, so I'll deal with Paul.
alrighty,
Well, it's in our notes, and we just want to acknowledge it.
we just want it in our notes.
Okay.
Alrighty, so you
So
want to
with those,
clarify that motion real quick, Barry?
yeah, I'll again, I'm going to make the same motion at this point to accept the application with the findings, conditions, and the 2 additional things that we've suggested tonight in terms of conditions.
Which
No.
are, Mr. Chairman?
No on-street
The-
parking, and
Right.
then
For
we
employees.
can't say anything about ADA, but we can have it in a note, right?
It can't be a condition.
Nope, I didn't say a condition, Linda, just
Then a notation just regarding that.
yeah. Great, do we have a second?
Second that.
All right, motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well.
Oh, you get out of here at 8 o'clock, 4 hours early.
Not quite done
It
yet.
would have been 7:30, Linda, but you had to keep going.
Hey, I wasn't as long as the other guys. I was falling asleep.
All right, I would entertain a motion. Oh,
Happy
hold
Thanksgiving.
on, Meg.
Hold on.
So just included 2 quick things, including with your packet is a draft meeting schedule for 2024. Take a look at that. We've tried to accommodate holidays. I think November meeting is the only thing that I may have to look at and tweak because it's double booked with NP and EDC. So TBD on that. I would also ask that you all please take a look at your January schedules. Leslie and I will be reaching out to you in the next week or 2 about scheduling extra meetings to deal with zoning articles. I know the citizen articles were due today. I haven't received them, but I would expect them in the coming days. So we'll have to review that to gauge kind of how many meetings we may or may not need. So if there are any dates that are absolute blackouts for you, please let us know. We'll try to accommodate the best that we can. That's it.
Awesome, thank you. Barry, hand up.
Yep, just one more order of business at this point. Megan, good luck tomorrow with your thesis.
Yes, Megan.
We're all pulling for you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. So do we have a
Motion
motion?
to adjourn?
A second?
Yeah.
Second.
Was that you, John?
It was.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by John. Barry,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Hopefully everyone enjoys their Thanksgiving and good luck, Megan. I'm sure you will be amazing.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Thank
All
you.
right. Good night, all.
Take
Bye,
care.
everyone.
Thanks, guys.
All right.